cam off. I don't know. Oh, never mind.
I'm live now. All right. Oh, there's my echo that you were talking about. Okay, guys. So welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Hold up. Breaking news. Boy, that echo. I think I'm going to leave the call real quick. So breaking news, RHYS is 15 minutes away from home, which means he's about 20-25 minutes away from joining the call. With me today is Dan.
Hello. I'm back again.
Dan, I'm going to leave the call and come right back.
Okay. So, hello. I'm going to do my best to hold the fort here.
Okay.
Oh, he's back, thank God.
All right. Good. I don't hear myself anymore. Okay, so yeah, it's been a week. Yeah, I don't know. This is not ideal, but we're gonna go ahead and try to make this work today. So RHYS is on his way, and FDDNM should be here shortly after. And we're just gonna kill time until then. Dan, you've watched Mob Psycho. Have you been checking anything else out?
What was that? Mob Psycho? Yeah, it was a good show. As far as checking
this is
anything...
great. let me turn off my. Oh, that's right. I'm also.
That's gonna be. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Checking anything else out? What's up?
No, I haven't really checked any. There's stuff I
Dear
want to check
God,
out.
my audio is coming through so delayed on your stream.
Really? I wonder what's going on. Maybe it's my end. This isn't.
I hear
this
the
problem
echo of me, and then I listen to myself ask you a question, and then you reply.
I wonder.
Okay,
is it my end?
Bear with
or
me,
is it
chat,
your end?
while I run and reset the router. I'm probably going to get kicked from the call. I will be right back.
All right. Well, this is off to a great start. Anyhow. So, is anyone even watching? I don't know. I don't know what to say with these things. I guess I'm just, The only thing I really have watched is Mob Psycho, because that's what we were supposed to watch. Like I said, there's like other things I want to check out. Like I really want to watch the second season of Fire Force. I haven't been able to start watching that. The first season was really, really good. But yeah, I just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, one day. Certainly have put in a lot of money and bought a lot of stuff, but I haven't actually watched anything. I don't know. Is anyone who's hey, whoever's watching, what are you guys watching? You guys anything to recommend? I mean, why not? Yeah, I mean, it's just poor lonely Whitey. Yeah, boy, that's the truth. Anyhow, looks like there's 2 watching. So how are you guys doing? Good, I hope. Yeah. Oh, he's back. No problem.
Yeah. So I hope does it look clearer and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Now that's possibly because by resetting the router, my son and his uncle just got kicked off of the online games they were playing, so they might go back in a second and ruin us again. But we're gonna try to keep trucking along. Okay.
One thing is you look like you were you're not synced. Your audio and
really.
Yeah.
The thing is that when I watch the screen, it's perfectly synced because the feed that it's showing me is straight up the feed from my webcam. So whenever you guys are talking about how bad I look, I'm like, I'm so clear. It's beautiful, you know.
Yeah, no, you're good now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, occasionally that happens. I got to tell you, some of the old podcasts, they were in sync when they were live. And then when YouTube published them, they're so out of sync, it's ridiculous. Anyway. All right, so, I missed what you were saying. Are there any shows you're looking at checking out?
Well, like I was saying, I know the second season of Fire Force is I think it might even be done or almost done. I want to check that out. The first season I thought was
yeah,
I thought the first season was really good.
That's good. I know we saw it at AX. There's a show, I'm looking for the name of it right now, called Shadow's House. You're gonna see it. It's part of the articles we're gonna cover. I'll show it to you. I'm kind of looking into watching that, and then of course the final season of Attack on Titan, which I don't think I'm gonna wait for the Blu-ray for, because I don't want to risk getting spoiled. I will wait for the simuldub, assuming they're gonna do one. I'm not gonna let that get spoiled for me, and I'll just watch it again on Blu-ray with better quality. Because of they use this shitty in progress animation for stuff like that during crunch time for getting it onto TV on time. But anyway, so getting started here. I will say this to the two people watching, which might just be you and me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably. I think it is.
I will say this. Well, see, I don't know how they calculate it because technically we're not watching it via YouTube. But I will say this. Watch time during this time of the year gets a little bit lower for obvious reasons. So I'm going to ask the viewers, if you don't mind, to share this video with somebody that you think would enjoy it. And that's all I'm going to ask you to do. And of course, if you like it, we have burgers here. Right on. First, laugh my ass off. So I will ask you guys to share it with somebody you think might enjoy the series, just because I have been just doing my damnedest to keep this show going. And I feel like we are going to run out of watch time at a certain point because we have to keep 20,000 minutes per month. So basically, the easy way for me to look at my analytics is to look at it for the last 28 days, which is not a month, right? But if I have 20,000 minutes in the last 28 days, then that means that we are doing better than we have to be. Well, the last month and a half, we've been under that. So I'm a little bit worried because when you look at it over the course of a year, so you don't have to have 20,000 minutes a month. You could have 0 minutes for a month as long as you total 240,000 for the year, right? But the problem with this is that we're about to go into the months where we spiked pretty high last year, or I guess the beginning of this year. So next year we're going to roll over those, and if we're below where we need to be, it's going to start to really stress me out. So anyway, if you guys would love to, I would love it if you guys would share this with your friends. So anyway, I'm going to screen share real quick and we'll get started on this. And I won't dox the location of RHYS's house. So if you guys want to support us, of course, sharing with your friends, liking the video, and then we do happen to have the OCA Podcast Patreon, which has 3 patrons, so it's just really probably 2 patrons because I have to eventually find a way to kick Augie out of there for embezzling funds. But yeah, so anyway, the one way to do it is through the OCA Podcast Patreon. The other way to support us, or actually specifically me, if you want to help me to reduce some of the stress, keep us going with content and stuff. By the way, I have officially hired an editor, not on purpose, and the way it all kind of transpired was me helping somebody out, but I've got somebody editing a video for us. And then, oh, here we go. Well, that explains why we've got such bad watch time. $10 super chat from Weeberger. Long time no see. Haven't been able to catch the last few. So have a few rounds of nog on me. You know what, my friend? I will have some nog. I don't have any right now, but I will get it with your $10.
You can get some good eggnog with $10.
Yep, and I will drink this Mike's Hard Pink Lemonade girly drink instead of eggnog right now. But I was going to say that I have officially paid for a editor who I was mostly just helping out, but I thought I'd throw him a bone and say, hey, look, let's see what you can do with this video. So I sent him a soft edit of the KW Miller stuff with that congressman. Dan, I don't know if I told you about KW. I did. I told you about him, right?
You told me all about him.
He's like, there are 7 founding fathers. I am the 8th, right? And all that stuff.
So, this guy didn't win? Dang.
No, he only won 2% of the vote.
Oh, actually, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Anyway, so I've got somebody working on that, and then he needed to pay some bills so that he could keep his lights on. He's in another country. So I threw him some more cash with the understanding that he would work for us to do the Doki Doki Literature Club video. So what I was thinking is, and this will be more behind the scenes, but I am kind of stalling right now for the rest of the cruise. But basically what we would do is, I thought it would be funny, because based on how I understand how the game works, for us all to play the game and record our footage, and then give it to this guy so he can supercut the different choices we make, which girl we pursue, and how we react to the different plot line elements and everything. And he seems excited to do that because he called it his bread and butter to do the, what are those, like major league gaming highlights and stuff. So anyway, that's kind of on the horizon, but I probably won't pursue that until maybe February. But just giving you guys a heads up there. Now, in awful news, so I'm logged in right now on Stealth Weeb, so you can see designs that are labeled private. That means I took it off the store. Well, I need to show you guys something. This design is now private, okay? I received a takedown on the white skull. Just the white skull, not the black skull, just the white skull, quote, violates acceptable use. Now, interestingly, shit, I should have brought this up. Give me a second. So interestingly, I don't know that it is a copyright takedown. If it is, I'm going to leave it private. Just a heads up. Not because I think, they have all the rights to that. Whoever the copyright takedown is, assuming it's Funimation or Horikoshi or somebody that seems like they legitimately hold the rights to it. But I think that the timing of it is quite weird, due to the fact that that I recently had somebody buy a medium of that shirt, and then immediately also buy a double extra large, like a 2XL, and sent me an email at 11:30 at night asking how to cancel an order, referring to their medium size. So I think they just ordered the wrong size shirt. But it entered fulfillment at 4:30 in the morning. So I was asleep between the time they sent the email and the time that it went into fulfillment. And as soon as it enters fulfillment, I can't stop it. Right. So I sent them, I'm like, hey, I'm very sorry, but both of your orders have gone into fulfillment. There's nothing I can do. They didn't reply to me at all. And then a day later, that specific design is flagged. So I'm dealing with that. Now, I want to show you something. I just did a reverse image search.
I was just saying, I wonder if he reported you or something.
Right. I've inquired about it today with the fulfillment service I use. But the thing is, I'm not sure how he would know. So maybe when you buy something, there's a way for it to link back to the part where you would be able to report that kind of thing. I don't know. I think it might have been because they said, I want to cancel my order. How can I do that? Right. So when I said I couldn't do it, it had entered fulfillment. I wonder if there was something that they scoured the automatic email that was sent to them and looked for the only option that they thought would stop it. Here's the thing, though. even if they flagged it, the thing has still been sent out to them, right? Like, so they're getting it regardless. But here's the thing. So I don't know. I'm just giving you guys a heads up that, you know, when these designs, if they do get taken down that way, they're not going to come back up, right? If it seems like it was a fraudulent copyright claim, but my fulfillment service still won't put it back up, then I'll see if I can fulfill through a different service and put the design back up, because who fucking cares, right? But I'm not sure, right? If it is Funimation, who, by the way, I still don't think has the rights, unless they're actually going to sell this exact design themselves, then you know, whatever. But anyway, I'm going to show you guys. I just did a reverse image search here. So I made this thumbnail. I made it. Okay. Now, I'm not the only person. First of all, I want to point out something here. How do I, hold on. I'm all spun around here. That's what I want to do. Okay. I want you to pay attention to this design. I handmade this based on how it looks in the show. If you don't go with Stealth Weeb, I want you to notice there are some other options here that look like ass. Okay. Look at how bad this shit looks. Right? This was what, when they saw this on the show, they thought, yeah, it looks like this with this giant ass angles on the side and these like derpy buck teeth looking skull. No, mine is way better. Way better. All right. Now, when I do the reverse image search, Stealth Weeb, that's mine. YouTube, this is actually from my video. This is at the end of a video. It's one of the cards, right? So that's also me. No idea what this is. MyHeroAcademiaMerch.com. Allow me to show you something here. People are stealing my thumbnails, which is okay. Like, I mean, I don't condone it. I prefer that they didn't. But this obviously, definitely real site that is totally endorsed by Horikoshi and all them has stolen my thumbnail. So I'm just going to warn you. Also, they're charging at least 3 times as much as I am. Right. So pay $50 here or get their sale price, or you could have paid, you know, what is it, like $12.95 on my site. So I'll tell you this though, this isn't what it's going to look like. They're probably selling the shitty ass one that I was showing you on the other thing with the buck teeth. All right. So I'm not entirely worried about people stealing the design or the thumbnail, because they can't steal the design. Sure, they could trace it. They could. And I probably should use a model of a person who's like at 3/4 angle. That would help a lot. Or I should definitely put like stealthweeb.com in the corner of all of these, so that, you know, I got a little watermark or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what Shanti. We're on the same page here, my brother. You need to put a Stealthweeb watermark on your item thumbnails. Yes, I was going to say that, but the problem with doing that is that when you do that, you're just going to see that watermark like a zillion times. Like, it'll look a little bit better on an iPhone, like a mobile view of the site, but it would get kind of annoying, like everywhere, you know. Also, I added this one, Suikoden from Mob Psycho. Yeah, so it was there, and it was relatively easy, and that's why it's $9.95 compared to the donut, which took a lot of work, right? Although I'll tell you, this is a custom font I made based on an existing font. So there's a lot of like tweaks and stuff, you know. So anyway, all right. So now that that's out of the way, I just want to let you guys know that yes, I am aware of the people stealing my thumbnails. But the way I see it is, if you can steal a thumbnail, you like. Let me put it this way. Let me give you some learning real quick. Where's my? Hold on, I gotta move this monitor. I keep changing the angle that my computer's at, like pushing it down so I can see behind it. Anyway, so I'll give you guys a heads up. So when I was in art school, you know, you ever hear the phrase? I'm sure you have. Cheaters never prosper, or whatever.
Variations of it,
yeah, of course, right? So
there's on the other side. There's the if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I've heard that one several times too.
Oh, really? I've not heard that one.
I guess that's an army thing.
Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying. Like, the idea from the army saying is that, yes, it seems impossible, but if you aren't at least trying to cheat, then you aren't trying at all, right?
Basically, that's the idea.
Yeah. So Lishansky is saying they are stealing it because you have a good idea and they are jealous. Yes, they're stealing it because it's a good thumbnail. All right, my thumbnail system is very simple, but it gets the point across right away. It reminds you exactly where the which character it is, what part of the show. I exclusively use ones that are in the show. Sometimes I custom make them by like the what do you call it, the cement addiction one. That's actually a stitch of like 5 different screenshots because it's panning up and like her arms move and stuff. I got a nice one that I think looks okay. But when I was in school, somebody said, well, actually somebody did. We had a guy who was constantly, he downloaded models off of a website called Turbo Squid for modeling class, right? And the thing is, you get all these accolades when you're in school, right? And they say, wow, this is outstanding. I can't believe how much your work is evolving over time. It's changed so much. You're capable of so many different styles, right? It's like, yeah, I'm amazing, right? All the time. But the thing is that, first of all, I'll tell you about this one guy we had. We had, in my first modeling class, the teacher told a story about how one year this guy literally downloaded a model off of Turbo Squid that the teacher had submitted to Turbo Squid. Like, he literally stole the teacher's work and paid for it, you know, like bought like a $50 model and submitted it as his homework, right? And the teacher let it slide. He's like, yeah, you're going to have to submit a new one by next week, right? Because obviously you didn't do this because this is mine. It has my name in the texture map. Anyway, but the thing is that people steal. Like, if you're an artist, you shouldn't worry so much about people stealing your work, because they can only steal the work that you've already made. They can't steal the work you haven't made yet, meaning that you're capable, because you built it from scratch, to make the next thing in the pipeline, and they're constantly chasing you because they can't do it themselves. And there was a guy in my school who cheated every step of the way, and downloaded models, usually free models and stuff, and hacked and slashed them together to make stuff that he submitted as his assignments. And then he got into the real world, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you don't need like a model of like Iron Man, you know, like something he could download easily. It's like, no, we have a custom character for this movie that hasn't ever been made before, right? And of course you can't do that. If you spent all your time cheating and downloading and you know, submitting work that wasn't yours, then once you're expected to make something from scratch, you can't do it, right? So anyway, that's my really long roundabout way of saying that I'm not super concerned about this, although it does hurt my brand a little bit that people see this on this site and then they buy it and it looks like ass. And then when they see the same, they're like, wait a minute, this is the same one that they were selling on that other site. I don't want to buy that shit, you know? So it does hurt me. Like, I'm not going to say it doesn't hurt me, but I'm not super concerned about it. And there's obviously nothing I can do. I can't stop this guy from taking my stuff. These Stealth Weeb, what do you call that? Watermark.
The watermark, sure. Why don't you put like a warning banner or something? Say like, you know, hey, there's people stealing my, you know, thumbnails. Just be warned.
I mean, I might address it on Twitter at some point. But the thing is that this specific design where I found it, I can't even sell it right now. So if I get it back, then sure, you know, maybe I'll address it. But whatever, you know, I'm just like look at how shit this design looks. Anyway, my point is that when you come to Stealth Weeb, you get quality. At least in terms of the design. I can't vouch necessarily for the printing quality. It could be better. Oh man, they didn't even do a good job cutting him out from the episode. Look how lazy they are. Look at that lazy ass. I'm insulted. But yeah, look at how bad this looks. Anyway.
I mean, it doesn't even look like the example. Like
it almost looks like they tried to go so far away that you couldn't copyright grounds it, you know, like
maybe that's what they did. I don't know. But like the example they have of, you know, him wearing the picture or him wearing the picture.
It really that's one of the Yeah, the shirt. Yeah, that's one of the things that I find when I'm working on stuff is that the thumbnail you use is literally everything, right? Because, for example, in Mob Psycho Season 2, there's the bit with Beethoven, right?
Yeah.
The Beethoven shirt. They showed that shirt like 3 times, right? Lishansky's making a good point here. He says it looks like tentacles and not teeth. I agree. But they showed the Beethoven shirt, and as soon as I saw it, I'm like, screenshot, because I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna be on the store. But then they show the super detailed up close one, and it's like, I have to use that one, but that's not the thumbnail I have to use. Because you don't see the guy's face. It would take up the whole screen anyway, right? So it's tricky because the designs look different frame to frame, and you have to pick the perfect one that complements your actual design perfectly. And theirs doesn't. And there might be one that does in the show, but that one doesn't. This one does. This one's very custom. This one is perfect copy. This one I did by hand and was probably the hardest one I'll ever do. Anyway, but enough of that. We'll jump right in now. So Ron Toye, genius, has said, referring to Vic, I was looking for his first public statement he made in January 21st via Twitter. That's a few days before my first defamatory tweet and a few days after his Discord leak. Smart move. Admitting that your tweets are defamatory and an ongoing appeal. Great job, man.
He might have been saying that sarcastically.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you didn't mean it that way, but it's a great out of context tweet. I'll also say this. Now we're going into some news here. So COVID-19 appears to be suppressing the flu in Japan. The number of cases is down and decreasing.
Oh, wow.
Wow. No comment from me. All right. So, did the governor of Tokyo just cosplay as Buzz Lightyear to talk about the coronavirus? So there's a governor. The governor of Tokyo apparently dresses up a lot, right? So, anyway, I mean, I have to say that's. It screams Buzz Lightyear when I look at it, but I realize it doesn't actually have anything really other than the color scheme, right? Which somebody else is saying here, like Evangelion, Eva Unit 1 kind of as well, but it's, I don't know. I can read it.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to read it. Anyway, but yeah, she's also done other characters, Rose of Versailles, all that. Whatever the fuck that is. Right. Anyway, yep. So continuing. So we covered this in the past.
Oh, this is the one you were telling me about.
Yeah. Terrace House star Hana Kimura's suicide is proceeding as a criminal case. Criminal proceedings began against an Osaka man in his 20s this past week, who left malicious online comments prior to the wrestler's death. So if you guys remember, when we covered this last time, her mom, Hana Kimura's mom, requested people to send her screenshots and stuff of all the vile tweets that were being sent to Hana Kimura. Hey, RHYS, you...
I get the reference.
Yeah, you need to switch your avatar because I had to switch. There you go. You're perfect now.
I saw that. I was working on it.
Oh, RHYS is here. I'm gonna need to crack open another beer.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not bad. All things considered.
Tangent. While he's getting crunk, I got crunk. I didn't get crunk. We stopped at a bar to got some food. I don't drink alcohol, by the way.
I know you don't. That's why I knew it was your dad's.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we had to go get. My dad had this like ornate picture frame, and we went and got a mirror for it. Had to have it like die cut mirror, and that's where we went. We had to go other side of Ames to go get that. And on the way back, I was like, "Oh, let's get something to eat." Like, okay.
Yeah.
And then we got back, and then the fucking neighbors from across the street, oh, hey, we missed you. Or like they just missed us. We just left. Like they wanted to bring us a plate of cookies. So I was like, oh okay. Thanks. So, yeah. Anyway, I am here now.
I hope you brought some to share with the class. By the way, Lishansky says he was late, but also gay. So, pour one out for Lishansky.
Oh. That's something. Well, hey, it's 2020, so all are welcome here.
Yeah. I don't know how his wife and kid are going to feel about that statement, though. Anyway, so Reese, Terrace House star Hana Kimura's suicide is proceeding as a criminal case. So you remember last time we covered this, her mom was looking for people to submit to her evidence of the tweets, right? Remember?
Yeah.
So it says here, criminal proceedings began against an Osaka man in his 20s this past week who left malicious online comments prior to the wrestler's death.
Ooh.
Fuji TV and Netflix's reality series Terrace House, Tokyo 2019-2020, was cut short this year after 22-year-old pro wrestler and cast member Hana Kimura was found deceased in her apartment on May 23rd. Her death was ruled a suicide after months of cyberbullying, which had peaked after an altercation with fellow cast member Kai Kobayashi on the show, despite the fact that many viewers viewed her response as justified. Kai also subsequently shared information that these kinds of tense interactions on the show may not have been as unscripted as they were made to seem. Well, that's a weird word for a second. Right, so Dana, since you haven't watched it, she's a pro wrestler in Japan, and her costume was washed by one of the members of the house, and they shrank it in the dryer, right? And those things are custom made, and it doesn't fit anymore. And she literally won a huge championship while wearing it, 3 years prior or something like that. She got reasonably upset over it, right? Anyway, so she blows up at the guy. No. She blows up at the guy on TV, and the horrible thing she did was flip the hat off of his head. Yeah, and everybody decided to bully her for that.
See, honestly, that could go either way. That could be, it actually happened, and because things like that do.
Oh no, it's on camera. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about scripted versus unscripted.
Yeah, no. So,
it could go either
scripted.
Way.
Yeah. So according to the stars, it was scripted.
Yeah, there we go.
They told her to blow up at him. They actually told her to slap him.
Oh, yeah.
And instead, she hit the hat and knocked the hat off of his head, because she couldn't bring herself to do it. But yeah. Anyway, so in July, Hana's mother, retired pro wrestler Kyoko Kimura, requested evidence of slanderous tweets against her daughter. It seems that investigators have made progress since the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department filed charges on December 17th against a man in his 20s from Mino City, Osaka Prefecture, who allegedly posted after 5 particularly malicious messages to Hana's Twitter, who allegedly posted over 5 particularly malicious messages to Hana's Twitter account, which were among 140 instances of cyberbullying saved to Hana's smartphone. Police are...
Wait, what?
Police, sorry. Go ahead.
Why would you save, unless you're going to use it as evidence later?
Well, it's saying they were saved to Hana's smartphone, so maybe they're DMs? I don't know.
I wouldn't know how that works. So.
I mean, maybe she was screenshotting them or whatever, but I don't know.
See that now I'm starting to think this is looking really suspicious to me.
I mean, it's possible that the author of the article just did a shitty job recounting the information here. Yeah. That's a weird way of phrasing it, but I don't know.
I mean, unless she was going to try to use it as evidence or something.
Well, I mean, but it could be as just notifications. Yeah, they could be referring to notifications on her phone that were found in a forensic search, right? So meaning that it was seen that she opened them. It's weird that they phrased it because it sounds like she purposely saved them, but I don't know. It could just be like a metadata thing that they did a shitty job explaining. I don't know. It says police are continuing to investigate approximately 300 hate messages she received from 200 separate accounts. And keep in mind, she's dead. It's not like she's getting one over on them.
That's not what I was trying to. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Something seems weird, but you're right. I think the article was written.
Yeah. So anyway, the suspect has already admitted that he posted the messages and even sent the message of apology to Kyoko, that's the mother, in June, stating, "I will carry this sin for the rest of my life, and no further information about his identity has been released. If you or somebody knows in Japan having suicidal thoughts, have them click here." Okay. Anybody in Japan who's having suicidal thoughts, click here for info. So Mount Fuji is looking a little unusual. Or do you guys want to say anything about the other article before we move on?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I want to address Weeberger saying Evangelion 3.33 plus 4.11. I don't think that's actually what it's titled.
No, I just 3.0 plus 4, 3.0 plus 1.0.
Yeah, but yes, late and not gay. So that it's funny you bring that up. We will talk about that. Hold on 1 second. Somebody slid something under my door.
A love letter?
Yes, from State Farm.
Hey, you know what they say. If you really think people don't care, stop paying your bills, and you'll find out.
Yeah.
All right. So Mount Fuji looks unusual and sparks fear of a possible eruption. So I'm not going to read this article. I'm just going to tell you the gist of it. It's December in Japan, and there's no snow on Mount Fuji. Dun, 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 dun. Right? So what that means...
Pour one out for global warming.
Pour one out for Mount Fuji. That's all right, buddy. Your time to shine. Hey. Your time to shine was here.
You want to shine again, you better ante up the...
So Mount Fuji is not snowy, and people are wondering if it's hot, because it's an active volcano, right? They say here that the last time that it erupted, it's been over 300 years since Mount Fuji last erupted in 1707, right? So they're curious what's going on because this is very unusual. But the backside of Mount Fuji has the snow in kind of this retarded, like streaky pattern. Like the snowman wiped his ass with Mount Fuji. So they're like, I don't know what's going on.
Look like a dog running his ass across the carpet.
Yeah. So people are saying, maybe it's the wind. I don't know. It seems a little weird. And I thought it would be worth it to just bring it up so that when we read the article next week titled "Japan Covered in Ashes because Mount Fuji
wiped off the face of the earth."
Japan now significantly larger due to volcanic eruption, expanding landmass into the sea.
In relation to the incredibly decreased population.
Soar News 24 relocated to Singapore after explosion. Let's hope that doesn't happen. All right, so. Island of Giant Insects, dubbed and uncensored. I've got some news for you guys if you backed this.
The what?
News that I highlighted that's not highlighted anymore. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Here we go. Okay, the current schedule of mid to end of January shipment is still valid. No additional delays are expected. Remember, it's not Sound Cadence's fault.
Right.
Okay, that was from last time. Okay. Also, here's a happy holidays thing. Would have been funnier if it was all like just roaches.
Oh yeah, really.
I mean,
would it be like just all bugs instead of the girls? Anyway,
shouldn't it be like the girls all torn apart by the bugs? Isn't the whole point of the
yeah,
movie?
That's pretty much it. So here's the dealio. I was supposed to go back and go.
Well, if you hear that, that's your dog going nuts.
You can just punch her right in the butt if you want.
No, it's all right.
I'll allow it. So I was supposed to go through and reread the articles in order to. Dan, if you want to flip up your mic, you can do that, and that will also.
There she is.
What do you want, Mila?
Sorry to hijack. There we are. She's just kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Taking her place.
Yeah. That's Mila.
Just like
All
home.
Sorry about that.
Back in Arizona. Dog barking through the podcast. All right. So I was gonna say I was supposed to read these articles and highlight so that they'd be a little bit more easier to digest here. I forgot why I added this one, so I'm gonna read quickly. Resident Evil film reboot tentatively slated for September 2021 release. So this is the news, the new date. In true reboot fashion, film to focus on adapting first two games in franchise. The previous Resident Evil film franchise started as a passable action movie with passing references to the game series and morphed into a 6-film saga that was barely recognizable and became a vehicle for actress Milla Jovovich to secure steady work with her director husband Paul W. Sanderson. Wow! Humberto Sabadera is salty as shit over the existence of those movies.
Not pulling anything from that one.
Rather than an actual attempt.
They tried with the first two, and then they gave up.
This is a Crunchyroll article, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, so here's the thing, guys. Previously, I had said that I'm going to leave the anime news to the audience.
Yeah.
Because I was going to no longer do Crunchyroll articles. Not because I don't like Crunchyroll, in terms of like the articles that we cover from them.
Navigate
it's
all
just
the stuff
so much work. It's so much extra work.
Yeah.
But I went through about a week's worth of articles, and I'm like, yeah, it's been a mistake to not continue with these. Seb says, what kind of knees are these? Zomb knees.
Seb, are you on Discord, Seb? We gotta send you. We gotta get you on here.
That was a time for you to shine that you didn't waste. Yeah, because Paul W.S. Anderson and Milla Jovovich did Monster Hunter as well. All right, so okay, so anyway. Woo, okay. With Hollywood's appetite to reboot franchises at an all-time high, German film studio Constantin, along with Capcom, are currently filming a new Resident Evil movie, one that aims to bridge the best of the first and second game's respective narratives into a film that will manage to satisfy longtime fans of the franchise, while also serving as an introduction to the average moviegoer. So let me think about this. I'm trying to think about the first game. The first game is them like crash landing at that mansion. What's the second game? Is the second game the one with Leon?
Yes, I think so. Isn't the second game with Leon and Claire? And then the third...
Yeah, Claire Redfield. Yeah. So the first one is the first one is Jill, Chris, Wesker, and Barry, right?
Yeah.
And the second one, as we just said, was Leon and Claire. And the third one is Jill by herself and Carlos, right?
Yeah, something like that. Some other guy.
Yeah. And then the fourth one is just Leon solo and Ada. Anyway, okay, cool. Yeah, so if you're going to combine the first two, the first one kind of feels like you couldn't really combine other things with it unless you were following two separate stories at once.
The easier ones would be 2 and 3 would be the ones you could combine because they both take place.
They both take place in Raccoon City, right?
At the same time, I think. But I could be wrong.
Like they're happening simultaneously. So, yeah. So, Weah Burger says second has Leon. Stream is down for you. Well, if that means that you can't hear us, then I'm sorry. But if that means you're down for joining the stream, get in touch with Reese. Second has Leon and Claire in Raccoon City. Resident Evil 3 is the same city at the same time as 2. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure we're all going to watch this at some point. But
I mean, they could
also seems...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, they could probably do what they did with the original movies that these guys are decrying so much, whereas the first one led right into the second one with her spoilers in case anyone hasn't watched it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not really...
How dare you? So I'll say this one. I liked the first movie a lot.
Oh, yeah,
and the second movie is some hot garbage. And here's the thing. Everything that's bad about the second movie is the stuff they took from the games. Jill looks ridiculous.
I mean, the second movie is really the only one that has anything to do with the games. To be honest.
So I'm just saying.
Are you implying that their attempt to bridge the gap between game players and moviegoers is going to fail spectacularly?
I think it's going to look great, but I don't have a lot of faith beyond that. Anyway, so it seems the movie studio has revealed when it plans to release the film, and it may take into account the ongoing pandemic. A preliminary premiere date of September 9th, 2021 has been set by the studio on its website. Excuse me. Although, given the state of the world, by the way, before I forget, that reference, I realized I made an in-joke that you guys weren't a part of, audience. When I said I needed to grab another beer, it's because Reese sent us a picture. He said, I can't join right away because I'm getting dinner. And I said, oh, your dad's having a beer. And he said, yes. And I said, you're that unbearable to be around.
Well, he doesn't have anything other than beer when we go out.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but that was the joke. Like when I'm around you, well, time to crack another beer. It was a bad joke. My God. Wait, hold on. I had something planned for this.
This joke isn't working out at all.
I totally forgot I added that. I completely forgot. Okay, so I was talking to my wife while we were driving my daughter the other day about cartoons from the 90s and how they were so much better than the shit we're watching now. And I looked up a list on Wikipedia of animated stuff from the 90s, and I was like remembering all this stuff that I didn't think about at all for 20 or 30 years, right? And the Offbeats was one of them. And I was like, I remember that show. And I watched an episode because they're short episodes. It happened to be that episode. I'm like, yes, that joke is too good not to throw in whenever we're beating a dead horse. Anyway, all right, so back to it. Has anybody in the audience watched the Offbeats back in the day? Anyway.
I know the name, but I can't say
I think it was Mo Willems worked on it. Anyway.
I can't say I actively watched it, but I know I've heard the name.
Okay, so here's the cast, which I think we already looked at and said, wow, none of them look anything like their
respective characters.
None of them at all look like their characters, but yeah, there's the cast. Trailer has yet to be posted, but the filming progress within the limitations for its current pandemic should be right on, so we'll see a trailer soon, I think. All right, so I'm going to move on from here because I clearly didn't read that article at all beforehand. Other live-action news. High school students join the Battle of Sengoku period in Gunjo Senki live-action film full trailer. I'm sharing this because this looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Remember in Promised Neverland when they used the water rockets and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you're in actual mid-century war and you're using a bunch of shitty high school sciencey projects to try to win the war. It looks amazing.
That sounds hilarious.
But here's the thing though, it's called Gunjo Senki, but what is this?
I know Senki Battlefield or something, or yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't know what it looks like. It says Blade. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know what that shit is. But anyway, yeah, it looks good. I'm glad that I took the time to go through some Crunchyroll stuff.
It sounds funny, but again, it's probably.
Oh no, I watched the trailer. Crap. It looks like it's gonna be at least be a fun thing to spend your night watching. So I'm hoping we get a release of it over here. Funimation app for Nintendo Switch releases December 15th. By the way, I looked into that trailer for 400 versus 1. What's that show called? What's the other title?
Crazy Samurai Musashi.
Samurai Musashi 400 versus 1 in one take. I think that the fight between him and 400 guys, that has to be the only part of the movie that's in one take.
Yeah, that they were saying it's like 71 minute. This fight is 71 minutes and it's all one take.
Jesus.
Like I know, Flip was talking about it on one of his things. Like you can see parts where like he gets behind something to grab a spare sword because the one that he was using broke or something, or he stops to take a quick drink of water or something. Like he looks
exhausted in the trailer, which is I think going to be a great watch because that's how Sakaguchi fights. Yeah, like you watch him get tired, right? Yeah. And he like has a burst of energy come out of nowhere while he's very convincingly tired.
It's like watching. Remember in Daredevil season 1, the hallway fight?
Yeah, the wonders. The wonders that they do in that, but like for 71 minutes, right? But the thing is,
so good. I love that.
The wonders in Daredevil, they're faking it though.
Yeah.
Like he'll leave a room. And then come back. Like he'll go in a room and toss somebody out.
Yeah, that'd be like a good. They make good cuts points.
Well, it's not even so much the cuts. Like yes, they are making cuts very strategically, but what they're also doing is he'll go in the room, throw a guy out of the room, and then the guy who comes back out of the room as Daredevil is a stunt double. Right, and then the guy playing Daredevil walks around to the outside of the set and comes in the next room, so that when he goes into that room and then comes back out, it's back to the actor where you see his face and stuff. So yeah, they did a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that movie, Crazy Samurai Musashi.
I still think it's stupid that they actually changed the name from Crazy Samurai Musashi to Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1, which is so fucking stupid.
I mean, let me tell you, you don't see me putting fucking Edge of Tomorrow in my collection as Live, Die, Repeat. You know, that's what they call it for the DVD, but that's not, I put it under the Eve because that's a stupid name, you know? Yeah. Anyway, so Funimation is coming to Switch, and it's funny because, like, all of the comments were like, I can't wait for this to work even worse than the PS4 app.
Woo! Hey, look at that.
Hey, Footnote's here.
Your brother's here.
Yes, my twin. Footnote, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't. Okay. All right. No comments. All right. I'm moving on from this because I got nothing to say. Okay. One Piece is getting a dedicated channel on Pluto TV. The channel will provide a 24-hour linear stream of episodes in Japanese with English subtitles from episode 1. If I recall, One Piece is at 960 plus episodes right now.
Something like that.
Yeah. So if you have Pluto TV, it's channel 834. It's 24 hours long, 7 days a week, One Piece. And it's just going to loop from the beginning to where they're at.
Where was remember the Naruto channel? What platform was that on? Do you remember?
I do remember what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it was. It might have been Pluto TV though. Anyway,
have the big 3 channels be One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach dedicated channels. that's what the big three networks will eventually turn into. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
which one do you think Sony? You think
ABC, and
Sony's just gonna play Dragon Ball from episode 1 all the way to the end of GT and Super? Yeah.
Yeah. But they have to have Kai in there somewhere too. They'll replay all of Kai before Super.
Oh, Naruto Hundo on Toonami? Hundo? Like they played a Hundo episodes?
By the way,
Third one is okay. Hold on.
Resident Evil.
So I can't tell if he's talking about the third Resident Evil movie or the third Resident Evil game. Third one is good on its own in a weird way. I've wasted more of my life than I'd like to admit with those movies. Okay, yeah. So he's talking about the movie. So the third movie is not the one that's in the Wild West.
Extinction.
Yeah, isn't the third one the one where she's like it's like a western?
Yeah,
it's in like Las Vegas, buried in sand or something like that.
I think so.
Yeah. So I'll say this: Extinction, I think, is the second one.
Okay. Afterlife.
And that has one of the best soundtracks ever. Also, Seb says he's seen it, can't remember anything about it. So I wanted to stop briefly to ask you guys if you had any pickups, because I don't have a thumbnail for this video.
All right. Okay. Remember that Minecraft manga?
Yes. How is it?
Volume 2. I don't recall getting Volume 1. Apparently in my order history, so I don't know what happened there. Then I got the obligatory Violent Evergarden, not to be confused with Violet Evergarden, and not to be confused with Garden of Sinners. That's for sure. By the way, I sleeved this, and the fact this has a sleeve already, a slipcase, makes it a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because you got to take the sleeve off, then slide it down. You should have sleeved it cover off.
Take the slipcover off the art box. Take the set out of the take the slipcover off of that. It's like Inception.
Can you sleeve it long way?
No, if I could, then I wouldn't have like a gaping hole in my sets because my sleeves are only so wide, and I don't know. So, I think it can only comfortably fit up to like 2 or 3 space wide Blu-ray boxes.
When I packed all of my DVDs and Blu-rays away into the storage unit. Thank you, Reese. I made my own sleeves out of
freezer bags.
Freezer bags. So I don't know that those aren't going to leach acid or whatever they're going to do into it, and I'll ruin all of
That's true. They're not acid-free freezer bags.
Ooh.
That's why I use comic book. Was it comic book sleeve?
Yeah. So I will say this though. You've reminded me, and I'm hearing a terrible echo, but I'm just going to power through it. So Sentai. I bought Mr. Tonegawa, and I bought Space Brothers #0. And I bought that put me just under free shipping. So I bought all of Renee, right? The Rumiko Takahashi show. And then fucking Tonegawa goes down to like $6.99. So I buy it again. Remember this, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Dan was with me when this happened. So I bought it again. I also bought Space Brothers #0 again. And I bought the steelbooks for Beyond the Boundary and Monster Musume. Right? And I asked them to cancel my previous order.
Which I said you shouldn't have done for Monster Musume because it doesn't have the OVAs.
I thought you said have the OVAs.
I don't want the shitty ass giant one though.
Which does have the OVA, so it doesn't matter if the steelbook doesn't have it.
Yeah, I don't want the giant ass one though. So anyway.
Well, you could have just got the regular version of the Blu-ray case.
I probably.
Does the regular one have the OVA?
Yeah.
So the regular one has it and the steelbook doesn't?
Yep.
That makes no sense at all.
My issue.
It's a 4-disc set.
My issue with it is that I didn't want to not get the premium. So for me, Steelbook was the premium.
Dude, that premium edition is probably, if not already worth something, going to be worth something because it went out of print relatively quickly.
Yeah, and it's giant ass and nobody wants it though. So anyway, so here's the thing. So I bought it again, right, with that order, and I asked them to cancel my previous order, to which they said, oops, we can't. And then I asked them, okay, if possible, can you cancel Mr. Tonegawa from the order that's still coming and just credit me the difference? And like, no, sorry, you have to return it. Okay, then. All right, then you might as well just cancel Space Brothers, and then I'll only have to send back Mr. Tonegawa from the other order.
Right.
Well, sorry, accidentally canceled both from your order without reading your stupid thing, so now they're sending me just the 2 steel books, right? And it's like, wow, I guess yeah, so Sentai just cucked me out of getting a good deal. Yep.
Anyway. You should have bothered contacting them.
So Lashansky, the Monster Musume thing, I'm pretty sure, doesn't the regular series come with 2 OVAs? So that might be what means by OVAs.
The OVAs I'm talking about are the 60.
Yeah, the 60 shorts.
3-minute shorts, which are on 2 separate discs.
No, they're on 1 disc.
Or whatever. It's a 4 disc. The Blu-ray, the standard edition Blu-ray is a 4-disc set. You're only getting 2. You're only getting 2 discs. You're only getting 2 discs in the steelbook.
What?
Dan, have you watched Monster Musume?
Yes, I have. I own the
cancer edition.
The what? No, I own the limited edition. The big box.
That's what we call the cancer edition because it doesn't fit in a bookcase.
Oh well, then yes, I own the cancer
Don't grab
edition.
my steelbook and prove you right or wrong, Reese.
I have not, however, gotten any word of my Violent Evergarden.
We gotta stop you. The joke is funny with Augie here. It's Violet.
Yeah, that's what I said. Violet.
You just said Violet.
Wait. I know because FDDNM just said it.
Violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, FDDNM just said it. Right? He said violent, not Violet Evergarden, right? So that was a joke on Augie. When did this happen?
Yeah, no, I get it.
No. I'm asking Reese. Did that happen via podcast or via
nip
chat?
it in the bud, other than it.
Yeah, I
got nip that in the bud.
Oh god, anime viewership has doubled on Netflix in the U.S. this year. So look, I want to be real clear with you. Dan doesn't have Augie's inability to pronounce shows. All right, it was a joke. All right, let's move on. So anime viewership doubled on Netflix in the U.S. this year, to the surprise of fucking no one, right? Well, you know.
I mean, Netflix viewing gone up and pregnancies have doubled.
So I'm sharing this because Netflix asked what you've been watching. What did y'all watch? Bagel Bites tweets Kakegurui.
So, Reese, you appear to be right. It says 2 discs on the back, and the very safe for work Sentai film work packaging page shows 2 discs. But hold on, why would the standard edition have 4 discs?
Because of the 60 short episodes.
They only were on 1. See, the limit. No. It comes with 3 discs. The standard edition. Okay. The limited edition comes with 4 because it has a soundtrack.
Oh, okay. That's okay. But regardless, it doesn't have the OVA.
Is this what Augie said? Violent Evergreen?
I don't know.
Because that's a shirt if I've ever heard one.
Oh my
god. Also, Sentai says OVAs times 2. So here's the thing.
Well, I think it literally did have 2. Oh, yeah.
There's 2 full-length OVA episodes, and then there's the 60 middle episodes.
How can I move my laptop perfectly so that when I cut back, I'm in the same exact spot?
You're transcending through the void.
So I forgot what I was going to say now. It doesn't matter. Moving on, because boy, disaster. Okay, Crunchyroll's going to stream a movie called Cherry Magic. 30 Years of Virginity Can Make You a Wizard?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Now, if you ask me, kind of looks like a yaoi.
Yeah.
But that's not going to stop me from watching this shit.
Okay. That'll stop me from watching it.
I was planning on watching it regardless. Oh.
Yeah, I could say the same.
How did these two go 30 years without sticking their dick in another guy's pooper? They seem so close. Anyway, I'll watch it at some point, probably with my wife, and I will come back with an update. Oh, it's going to be a series.
Well, yeah.
Damn it. That takes a little bit more of an investment. I'll still probably watch it. Anyway. Studio Kara confirms Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 anime film is 100% complete.
Really? It's not 1% away from finishing like Attack on Titan?
They should just like have the joke 99.9.9. Or 9.9. Like every week, it just goes. It keeps adding a 9.
It just says, the film is now 99.9 with a little line over it, repeating percent complete. All right, with over a month until it releases in Japan, Studio Kara confirmed in a Twitter post this morning that as of 8:10 a.m. Japan Standard Time on December 17th, Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time, maybe that's the fourth movie, is 100% complete. With all the work on the Japanese dubbing process and editing finished. All the work on the Japanese dubbing process. Oh, dear. Why do the Japanese dub their shit after they're done animating it?
Because they're stupid. You know what? Everyone praises the Japanese for their, the sub always sounds way better than the dub and stuff. But apparently,
no.
What?
No. The argument you are accidentally not making is that the people who claim that sub is better always say, I can't stand it when the lip flaps don't match.
Yeah.
Right?
No, hold on. What I was going to say is that everyone talks about sub way better than the dub, but the thing is, the Japanese apparently really, really suck at doing the lip flaps, so they're much worse than the US in that way, because we're always it
sure is a good thing that I interrupted you to make that statement make sense. Yes, that was the point. Yes, they're way worse at lip flaps than the U.S.
Did we bring this up when we were talking about Bakano? How in the one scene, Isaac's voice was coming out of Miryu's mouth in the Japanese dub at one point?
I think you did bring that up, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that was a fun fact I never learned until I watched the one Cartoon Cypher video. I was like, oh, that's funny.
What? He has to actually become a wizard. He cut out, but AC was saying he would come back with a chub.
Well,
all right. Yeah, I don't know what this conversation is, but I'll allow it. Sam says he hasn't watched sub or dub.
You're gonna go watch it and come back gay.
He watches it raw without subtitles. He just interprets it with his own inner monologue.
Well, that works.
Yeah. What if there was a dubbing/animation system that used VTuber-like technology? As they dubbed it, the lip flaps were followed and animated.
You mean kind of like that thing you sent us in the chat? That guy's animation or whatever? The first time playing a video game thing?
Oh, that was so good, wasn't it?
The visuals were so good in the way that they were so funny looking.
So I'll be real with you guys. I sent you that because I watched it with my wife and she didn't enjoy it, but I did. And there was another video in the recommendation about being the non-player characters or something from Grand Theft Auto that I really wanted to watch around her. So I'll be real. I sent it to you just so I could go back to it later and never did. Yeah, so anyway, I sent them a video titled "First Time in an RPG" or something like that. Yeah, and the characters animated really weirdly.
I don't think it's animated. I think it's just motion captured.
Yeah, I don't think it's motion captured. I think it's actually filmed on a green screen with effects put over it, and a digitization effect that is intentionally glitchy. But anyway, the guy starts out like, all right, I'm on my quest, or whatever, and he's like, a rat, have at ye, and he kills the rat, and he's like, an ogre, die, ogre. And then he goes into a town and he asks them, are there any quests? Like, no quests, nothing really going on around here. He looks over and sees a missing sign for a rat. Oh, that's our town rat. And he's like, oh, like, anyway, so he had like killed the town rat and everything. Anyway, yeah, so that was a thing. Maybe I'll link that in the Discord another time. All right, so Random 11 says, Sep Snoochie Boochies. Okay. Nice to have you here. Anyways, need to head out, guy. All right, take you. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Lishansky.
See you, Lishansky.
Yeah, so to answer your question, though, VTuber-like technology, as a so there's a program called Magpie. I'm pretty sure that it's probably been updated now to the point where it would actually do that. And so long as your animation was like Hanna-Barbera style or like Family Guy style, it would probably work very easily to do that. But the thing is that lip flaps in Japanese aren't the same as lip flaps in American cartoons.
Are you referring to how American cartoons shape the words they're saying, where this isn't just
you'll see the tongue. You'll actually see the tongue like in the back of the like behind the teeth, like to make different sounds and stuff. If you watch Family Guy frame by frame, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. They actually animate a lot of different mouth shapes compared to Japan, which just does open and close, which honestly is a smarter way to do it. Oh, yeah. Because it's easier to dub to other languages. It's really like it seems like it's probably a lazy thing, but it actually works great for them. All right. So anyway, yes, Merry Christmas. Okay.
Now, anime doesn't always just do lip flops. They do like animate some actually animate the full mouth movement.
I think most of the time that happens with character names, because it's like, well, they can't change the name.
Like they're I mean, freaking. It's not just like open mouth, closed mouth. You know, there's a lot of like freaking.
Yeah, it's not like an old video game like Mega Man where it's like when they're talking and it's just like the text going up on the screen and the mouth like open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close, right? No, of course. Is that where Snoochie Boochies comes from? Yes, you're correct. I mean, I know of Jay and Silent Bob, but I haven't really.
I haven't seen any of it either. So sorry.
All right, so the tweet. Right, I'm not going to go ahead and read the whole thing. Tweet noted for Director Hideaki Anno went around to all departments to tell them the good news and congratulate them on their hard work. So I think it's a little bit weird. Okay, so you're working at Studio Kara. You're working on this movie, and then. Hideaki Anno comes in and says, "Great news, guys! We're done." It's like, well, yeah, cool. We haven't worked on that in like a week. You know, like what are these guys in the different departments doing? But I love this. He says,
"It's pretty funny." It's like somebody was like, "Wait, what the fuck have I been working on?" Just like,
what have I
been working on for the last 3 months? I know
he's like,
done with.
Like he looks over at the scene he's animating with Asuka, like, did we cut this? Anyway, they expressed a fleeting joy that it was now over. Kara also tweeted a photo taken by Anno of the last frame from the dubbing session, remarking that, quote, "It's usually called the butt." Okay. All right, Anno. Okay, so it was originally scheduled to be released in Japanese theaters last summer, but was pushed back due to COVID. It is now scheduled to open July 23rd, 2021. So we better get on watching that rewatch of Ava. Also, I note this one real quick. The first film hit Japanese theaters in 2007, second in 2009, and the third in 2012. Right? So, and we had talked about this, Dan. You weren't here for this podcast, where there has actually been a greater gap in time between the first rebuild film and then the last rebuild film than there was between the end of the series and the first rebuild film. Right?
I thought I thought the gap was between the third rebuild and the fourth one was greater than the TV series and
was it? No, because
when did the third one come out?
2012. So yeah, it's been 8 years. But when did the series end?
I think they're including the
End of Ava.
End of Ava. Yeah. So that was like 2000.
Okay, well, I could be wrong here, but anyway,
2000 and then 2007.
Also, when they tweeted out "We're done," fans predictably yet appropriately have largely responded to the news with gifs of the Evangelion TV series famous congratulations.
That's appropriate.
All right. Japan box office. Demon Slayer has stayed at #1 for 9 consecutive weeks. So that's news. Also, The Hollywood Reporter says that the pulled Monster Hunter film has delayed Demon Slayer Mugen Train's anime film from the Chinese release. So, third Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel anime also sees release postponed. So the upcoming Monster Hunter live-action film was pulled from Chinese theaters one day after it was released in the region on December 4th, after a racially insensitive line was found to have passed by the China Film Administration. Sorry, I can't not think of a bunch of communists sitting there going like, does this undermine us? Right? Like literally highlighting every single line.
Chinese. No, we can't do it.
This has forced the regulators to delay the release of more films from abroad, including both Demons. Okay, so here's the question. Let me ask you this. So you're China, right? You've got movies in your theaters.
Okay, I'm China.
So you've got movies in your theaters, and you need to have movies in your theaters. So by delaying one of them, now all of a sudden you've caused a chain reaction where you've said, nope, can't have Monster Hunter in here. What you've done is created a vacuum that should be easily filled by the next movie in line. But instead you're like, well, if this got past us, right?
We better go through everything with a finer tooth comb.
A fine tooth comb, apparently, yeah.
A finer tooth comb.
Yeah. All right, so the line of the movie, you guys know about the movie line already. Due to the film being pulled, the regulators have delayed the openings of most of the upcoming foreign films in the region to check them again. Yeah, which is delaying the release of Demon Slayer Mugen Train. Oh, I can't wait to find out that there's a line in Mugen Train that Japan then removes from the movie for every other country.
Yeah.
China sucks, right?
China. It does take place.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
Was there anything in like the 1910s that was anti-China in Japan? Like historically?
1910s?
In
probably most of the Japanese people.
Great.
Oh, is that because the movie takes place in the 1910s?
There's like something like the Taisho era or whatever.
Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for the relevancy to this statement with bated breath, and then I'm like, it was on me to know where this is going. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Yeah, so anyway, those are being delayed. Also, it's got a 40X expansion. I hope that it gets a 40X screening out here because I've never gone to one, and I want the one that I do go to be worth it. Like my first one, And now that I'm back in California, I think that's going to be an option, So, because I tried to get Duo to go to a movie. I think it was My Hero Academia Heroes Rising. And I said, now hear me out. If you want to go to the 40X screening, I'll pick you up at 2 a.m. It's about a 5-hour drive. Right? He's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, so Gintama creators Demon Slayer illustrations previewed ahead of Gintama, the final anime film release. Okay. So get this. All right. So, Demon Slayer is the hottest movie ever in Japan right now. And so the guy who made Gintama was like, well, we're not going to win any awards. But what if I drew pictures of the Demon Slayer characters to get people to go see my movie, to get my bootleg artwork of the characters from the movie they would rather go see?
Brilliant.
Yeah, so, yeah, okay. So Random Levin says that I sound like a Catholic schoolgirl virgin because I want my first time to be special. Yep. Well, I'll tell you this much. I ruined my first anime IMAX on fucking Broly, so I'm not making that mistake again.
Ouch.
Anyway. Ryoma goes full 3D in Prince of Tennis CG movie teaser and visual. So I have to ask you guys, I know I should have sent this to you before. I want you to check this out at some point and let me know, how do you feel about anime becoming progressively more open to 3D movies? La Lupin the Third, the first.
Lupin the Third was great because those models almost feel like tailored for 3D. A lot of other stuff. A lot of other stuff would have very angular, like character designs that don't feel natural.
Well, I'll just say that this actually looks pretty decent for what it is, except for that part right there that I just showed you that feels like a like you're playing a video game and it's like the you ready to fight, right? Like and then the match starts, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I just hope that they don't turn into Disney where they're like, you know what, from now on, all 3D.
Everything's 3D. Fuck that 2D shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm legitimately surprised that it's been significantly better than I kind of expected it to be. God damn it.
Yeah, because it's usually
I'm kind of interested to see where it goes. Yeah, usually it's trash. Dan, what do you think? Have you seen any 3D anime that were good? Have you seen? I haven't seen this, but I'm going to ask you if you've seen it. Have you seen Gantz Zero?
I've seen the trailer and it looked fancy.
I'm asking Dan, but he's muted. I don't know if he knows that. He might have stepped away. All right, moving on.
Oh, he's muted. Yeah.
He's muted. Okay. Well then. Recovery of an MMO junkie manga author provides original story for new mixed media project Vertical Rise. Question.
Is this Nazi propaganda? No.
Was that the director of MMO Junkie or the manga author?
I think it was the director.
Fuck. Okay, well, this is a lot less funny then.
Are you saying
okay.
it's only funny at the expense of the Chinese populace?
Sure.
Or what did he call him?
No, was it Chinese? I thought it was.
I thought it was.
No, I think it was like anti-Semitic or something, wasn't it?
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because it was part of. It was included in the article of the. Oh shit! No, you might be right. Wait. Oh fuck. Was it in the new? It wasn't in the New Life Plus. It was in the article of the other thing.
New Life Plus was the Chinese
Yagi
thing.
Numa. Yeah, New Life Plus was the Chinese thing.
Oh, okay.
But it was in the article of the other thing that had the. Anyway, yeah. So
for us to say the Chinese thing, as a phrase.
I was thinking it was all just coming back full circle.
Dan and I were discussing earlier that we were talking about this school in New York that's one of like the top schools in the country, and the school has like a 90% Asian. What do you call it? Like student body, right? And so New York has started to tried to instigate a lottery program for what they called like underprivileged youths to join the school, which basically means that a Asian family that would almost be certainly allowed to go to this school is going to get bumped out for a minority family of less privileged intelligence levels.
Yes, and Asian people also have to get higher scores to enter some.
To enter, yes, they have. Yes, right. So Dan was telling me that somebody at the hearing was saying, like, first you guys come from the whites and now you come from us. Jeez, right? And we were joking around that because Asians are already so unapologetically racist, that it's not going to work on them, right? But I totally forgot where I was going with this, but it was related back to what we were talking about. My brain is not on today. Shit. What were we talking about a second ago?
Nazis?
Nazis.
Speaking of Nazis, last night my wife was staying up really late. She was watching Sound of Music. And I'm like, we should really go to bed. Like, I basically felt like, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed too. You know, because she has been staying up way too late, and our daughter doesn't let us sleep in, right? And she goes, Brad, the Nazis are coming. And I'm like, all right, tell them I said hi. Anyway, so Seb says, it looks like I like the looks of these movies more than Polygon Pictures.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Polygon Pictures has gotten much better with each new thing that they've done, but I haven't seen anything really recent. And then
Imagine is when they dropped the ball, which came later.
Brandon 11 says, but I'd rather 3D anime that isn't trying to be 2D any day of the week. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, like, I'm actually pleasantly surprised. That wasn't supposed to be like a racist way of pronouncing it in English. I'm pleasantly surprised that. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I heard pregnant. I heard pregnantly.
Okay. I'm pleasantly surprised that they're translating better to 3D than I would have expected. Compared to what we've seen previously. Anyway, so this story, Project Vertical Rise, is a like an AR VR experience, right? So I am probably not going to watch it, but the manga author of MMO Junkie is writing it. So there you go. And I forgot the joke I was going to make about the thing, and now I feel kind of dumb because I forgot about what we were talking about. Oh, you asked the question. No, that was about something else. Damn it! It doesn't matter. Anyway, Death Note team's latest work, Platinum End, gets a TV anime adaptation.
That took so long. You'd think that they'd instantly get like greenlit for it, but I don't know if it just slugged along so hard that they're like, oh, we gotta wait until like people like it.
I haven't heard any buzz about this series at all.
Yeah, actually, if anything, I've heard the opposite. Whenever I see comments, they're like, it's not good.
So it's not nearly as good as Death Note, is what you're saying?
Probably. So all I know is that they have titties in it. When I read like 4 chapters of it, I'm like, oh, that's a thing that they didn't do for Death Note or Bakuman.
Yeah. Out of Death Note and Bakuman, I think I liked Bakuman more. But just because you had a lot more time with the characters.
Well, it was a much more chilled out series, lower tensions and stakes, and the second... Like, I haven't seen the second half of Bakuman, granted, but the second half probably isn't nearly as much of a downhill as Death Note's is.
If you put the logo for Ingress on this, I would believe you. Right? Because this doesn't say anything to me, and it kind of looks like Ingress. Anyway, so I want to be happy. Oh, okay.
I'll watch
what
it.
A striking face. All right, yeah.
I'll watch it too because I abandoned the manga because I don't know. I guess I didn't have enough drive to continue it at the time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. Well, it's coming out in 2021. We'll watch it then. I'm gonna.
This is the time for the mandatory podcast magic plug of please let's get the rest of Bakuman released over here.
Yeah, absolutely.
My Hero Academia Season 5 TV anime to go Plus Ultra on March 27th. G-Kids
announces... I hate how they keep using Plus Ultra for everything that uses My
Hero. Yeah, I mean... There's
go Plus Ultra for this all-night dildo.
I'm picturing what that would look like. Would it just be like his face on the end of him? Like a big chin,
it'd be like, I am
grin
here.
with the white teeth, the blacked out eyes, little feelers at the end for stimulation for the hair.
They got a little speaker in it every time. It's like it's one of those like those ones that are filled with cream or whatever it is. That would like you can make them you can make the thing con and that's like a little built-in speaker in it. It's
I would like to acknowledge that by some miracle, for the first time in podcast history, when we finished the last podcast, we were not demonetized.
Oh.
For the first time. I think we've just lost our streak, though. All right, so G-Kids announces English voice cast for Studio Ghibli and Goro Miyazaki's Earwig and the Witch. Okay. I don't know any of these people, but it's great to know that there's a talking cat.
But it's not named
so
Gigi.
Richard E. Grant as the Mandrake, Casey Musgraves as Earwig's mother, and Dan Stevens as Thomas the cat. Okay, so Dan's not here, so it's a shame because I was trying to talk to him about this while we were trying to kill all the time. Shows I'm looking forward to: Shadow's House, just because I'm liking the striking style of artwork here that I feel could be good, and I'm also not opposed to lollies. I don't need to bid them.
What's it called? Gothic?
Shadow's House. It says
House.
Gothic mysteries abound in Shadow's House. So I'm assuming that the show's called Shadow's House. It's also bold in that first paragraph, so that's probably a good bet. Also, the name of the Twitter account is Shadow's House _YJ.
All right.
It all adds up. Also, Seb says he likes Bakuman more as well. And Earwig was a mistake. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll find out. I'll say this.
Name is a mistake at the very least. What an awful.
Well, her name is Aya in the Japanese one, so she's probably not actually going to be. Well, yeah, it says Earwig's mother. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, so I will say this: Tales from Earthsea was an abomination, right? But I really liked From Up on Poppy Hill.
I liked From Up on Poppy Hill as well.
That was also from Goro Miyazaki. Mm-hmm. So what does that mean? I don't know. Maybe he's better at contemporary stuff.
It will be. It's the predecessor of a trend. One's good, one's bad, one's good, one's bad. So this one's probably going to be shit.
Yeah, but then the question is this one going to be shit because it's not a contemporary piece? Because Tales from Earthsea is a fantasy. From Up on Poppy Hill's contemporary. And this is a bit more fantasy. Maybe a little half and half. Maybe it'll be okay. Not great. We'll see. Moving on. Bleach creator Chite Kubo to open club outside, which is the stupidest name. Fan club with exclusive illustrations. First of all, my friend, you don't start your own fan club. That's pathetic. Second of all, look, an exclusive pre-opening visual, which means you get to see some unfinished drawings.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Stuff in the sketchbook they never bothered. Oh, I'll put that out.
All right.
People have got to pay for this now.
Yeah.
Shit I doodled while I was making the series.
Join my Patreon and get exclusive sketchbook pages.
So what we're doing,
like stacks upon stacks upon stacks of them, right? Malicious Revenge finally begins in redo of Healer TV anime second promotional video. Boy, I wish Dan was here. Redo of Healer has announced that it is set to premiere on ATX, Tokyo MX, KBS Tokyo, Sun TV, and BS11 in Japan on January 13th, 2021. So, expect those podcasts to get extra spicy. Because, so here's the thing. I'll say this. So I talked in the past about this concept. I say that on a long enough timeline, people tend to become like not people. What do you say? Movements.
What? That sounds so segmented when I heard to become.
Well, people tend to become they tend to become the straw man that their opponents make them out to be. So let me put it this way. Hello. Am I still here? What happened?
Oh, good. That was
you're back now, I think.
Yep. We got it censored in real time after you said people become.
I heard. Let me put it this way, and then silence.
Okay, so Rising the Shield Hero, pretty tame show, right?
Yeah.
The problematic aspect is that there was a false rape accusation.
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't get ground into dust by that accusation. He actually ends up
It's
overtaking
problematic,
it, right? So that's problematic according to sensitive snowflake weirdos. And so they write all these articles about, oh, he has a slave, a sex slave. It's like,
No,
he didn't have sex with Raphael.
No, I think it was about the slavery.
Well, there was the J list.
They support slavery. Honestly, slavery is such a bad thing. It's like, oh, yeah. You're right. I want a slave after watching this. Yeah, clearly.
Right. Anyway, so my point is that they make it out to be things that it isn't. I'm pretty sure. So when I say that, like, you end up becoming, not necessarily you, but people in the groups, the Comicsgate or Gamergate or AnimeGate groups, become the thing that their opponents claim that they are through a straw man. This show, Redo of the Healer, is that, right? Now, I'm not going to say that there's anything wrong with it existing. I'm still going to watch it. But what I'm saying is that this show apparently is, to me, all the things that the antis were complaining about, as if somebody was listening to it and going, oh, okay, this is something that pisses you off? All right. Oh, that too? Okay. Yeah, they're writing it down in their notes and made this story. Because we've covered this in the past. This is a story about a healer who gets abused both for his skills as a healer and apparently also sexually by his party. Then he uses his healing ability to go back in time and redo all the instances that occurred, and he rapes and tortures his party instead of them abusing his power.
What the hell? That's what this is?
I would have lost this.
I came back at an interesting time. What's this now?
When does it start airing?
It's called Redo of the Healer. It starts January 13th in Japan.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, so Redo of the Healer. Well, I guess I'll just read the next article.
I gotta add this to my watch list.
What?
So, Anime News Network preemptively censoring Redo of the Healer discussion. Anime News and Discussion Forum, Anime News Network, who seem to be perpetually offended and allergic to other people's opinions, has preemptively censored discussions of the upcoming revenge fantasy anime adaptation of Redo of the Healer, or whatever it's actually called. Because I'm not going to read Kaifuku Jutsuchi no Yari Naoshi every single time. Both the Anime News Network CEO and executive editor threw their hats into the censorship ring, stating that opinions about the series dissenting from what's normal will not be acceptable on ANN's forum.
They haven't defined normal, though.
Lindsay Loveridge said, "The first thing I had to do at work this morning is deal with Redo of Healer. This isn't news to anyone who follows me, but this series is going to be exhausting." So she said,
so she'll be able to talk about it, but no one else can.
She'll be paid to talk about it.
Yeah. So her statement here was, in this story, the main character is abused and sexually assaulted. He decides to get revenge by using magic to redo the last few years of his life by doing the exact same to his former female party members. I'm deleting and locking this thread for now. Every comment section turns into two things. 1. People gleefully awaiting others getting upset because this series is about a guy revenge raping women, and it's going to teach all those folks who took issue with the slavery and misogyny in Shield Hero.
Oh my God!
Oh God!
She won't let that go.
2, giving sexual violence a pass in this show because the author managed to write characters evil enough that they totally deserve it. It's called fiction, first of all.
I was gonna say I'm giving it a pass because it's fiction and it's not real.
Yeah, I'm giving it a pass because I don't think video games cause violence. Right. So
the thing is, people who watch this who like it for that revenge, whatever, it's a fulfillment. It's not
if I could highlight
they're
this,
actually do that.
Well, I don't know. Teach all those folks who took issue with slavery and misogyny a lesson. I don't think it's going to do that, but I do think it's going to piss you off. So I'm all for it.
I'm not quite. I don't quite get that first one.
Yeah. I mean, so we were just talking about Shield Hero. Have you seen Shield Hero, Dan?
No, I have not. But I know the controversy around it.
You gotta watch it. It's outstanding.
Fantastic. It is a fantastic show.
Probably the best series I saw all year. Maybe Attack on Titan season 3 edges it out, but only because of the base built up from season 1 and 2. My Hero Academia season 3 as well. Even though I think season 3, or is it? Are we on season 4 now?
Season 4 finished. Season 4 finished.
That's the overhaul arc.
Yeah.
That was fucking insane. So that probably, but seriously, this show Shield Hero came out of nowhere on my radar. Like I knew, like I heard a little bit about it, and I knew people.
When we covered it because of the controversy.
Holy shit! Every single thing about it was outstanding. Great opening theme song. Characters were amazing. Jokes were totally on point. Character gets kicked in the dick by a chicken all the time, right? Like, it was amazing. And I don't want to spoil it, but goddamn, the ending is amazing.
Yeah, and it's got season 2 and 3 already confirmed.
Already greenlit, yeah.
And season 2 is supposed to start airing next year sometime.
Yeah, so our next watch club is going to just be a movie. It's just going to be Tokyo Godfathers, right?
Right.
So if you were just, looking for something else to just start casually, I'll tell you this. I expect, like I planned out, okay, I got to watch 2 episodes a night so I can be on top of it when I was working at the warehouse. And I binged so much more than I was supposed to each night because it was so much fun to watch. So anyway. Continuing Lindsay Leveridge's points here, she says, no one here excusing the content or delighting in how any of this might upset people seem to have taken a moment to think about how doing this affects the real people in this community on Anime News Network or wider.
You know what? There's this thing
you
called
don't care.
Not watching it if you don't like it.
I know, right? Like I wouldn't have watched it if you hadn't made a fuss about it.
No, but like I think to further FDDM's point about not watching if you don't like it, it's not even about the show. You don't have to go to the forum. You don't have to hear the opinions of the people who are enjoying it. Like you can escape that, Like
No. See, that's what they tell us to do, but they don't want that applied to them.
Of course.
They want to censor us. They don't want to censor themselves.
Yeah, basically.
So we're going to have some fun things to cover in a little bit. So those of us who aren't interested in this kind of content won't watch it, of course. Sounds like you already have. You already read the manga, so you can write on things.
So she's going to watch it intentionally, knowing that she's going to hate it. Great. Good job.
Because she needs, in order to do her job, she needs to know how far the show goes, so she can claim that it goes 10 steps further in the repudiation on all the articles they're going to write.
And so the anime is going to be tamer than the source material.
Yeah, right? Honestly, look, I want to be abundantly clear here. I am not a fan of rape at all. Like, not even from a taboo sense. Like the idea. Like, I know that some people, like some couples, are into like role play and rape fantasy and stuff. It's like nothing turns me off more. But I'm gonna watch this because I am a fan of whiny snowflakes crying, right?
No.
Even though, yeah, I fully expect to actually be turned off by this show.
Brad, I'm just waiting for that one day where you say something like, however, I am a fan of rape in a...
Well, again, if they released Rape Man on DVD over here, I would pre-order that shit so hard. Like, I'm the fucking Rape Man. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so go ahead.
I was just saying, with this now, fucking winter season, I'll be watching 14 shows.
Good job.
Thank you for adding one more.
So, it absolutely won't. So hold on. Those of us who aren't interested in this kind of content won't watch it, of course. But it absolutely wouldn't hurt any of you to think about how what you say as a not fictional person makes those here feel. Yeah, I mean, I chose not to watch Yuri on Ice when it was airing, but nobody thought I didn't want to see Victor plus Yuri equals victory every fucking day for that entire season. You can take your discussions about why rape is hypothetically fine and your delight in how that might upset people
actually saying
else.
that?
Yeah, so I'm going to press X to doubt on anybody having ever said that. But I will say, yeah, I don't agree with rape at all, personally. But in the context of a stupid fictional show, where this jackass is the main character, who clearly has psychotic issues because they draw his eyes real tiny compared to the real big eyes of a main character. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy the shit out of it. I think it's going to be really like disturbing and funny and Higurashi type. You know, I think it's going to be fun.
And hopefully, I'll be able to keep up with it and give you guys weekly updates.
A live play-by-play.
I feel like this should be our first. A play-by-play watch club where we actually watch it week to week.
Is there a trailer of this out already?
There is a trailer. Yeah. So here, I'll show you. I'll send you the link.
I don't think it's. I don't think anybody has.
It's a teaser.
Announced that they'll be streaming it yet, has they? Or has Crunchyroll?
Well, it's airing in Japan, which means
yeah. But I don't know if anybody's...
Dan, in the private chat, I'm going to send you the trailer YouTube link.
Okay. Got it. Thanks. Okay.
What? It wasn't censored on YouTube?
They don't show anything in the teaser. Like, there's nothing really interesting there. And again, this guy looks like a total dickhole, but I'm still going to watch it because of this whole post here. The fact that she typed this whole thing out, and I just don't like this person. I will enjoy it. Yes, I will just enjoy it that much more. Similar to how I will enjoy Demon Slayer.
I just feel it's kind of ironic. She's trying to like moral philosophize in a anime.
The woman who wrote the article exposing Vic Mignogna that they had to redact people from and everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, old man wants to know: is Funimation going to dub it? That's a good question.
If they license
I'm guessing.
Wait, but they own Crunchyroll, so it doesn't matter if Funimation would.
They had, what was it called? Shield Hero, didn't they?
Yeah. Except Shield Hero didn't have this much stuff at all.
Well, I'll tell you this much: I made sure to buy that special edition for both Part 1 and Part 2 of Shield Hero, just so that Funimation had to look at their bottom dollar and say, well, shit.
Can't really cancel that.
But that's also probably... I mean, Funimation had Bang Zoom dub it, though.
No, Crunchyroll had Bang Zoom
dub
it.
Then it was.
Fucking good. I hope they do that for season 2 and 3.
Well, yeah, they'd have to keep the cast consistent.
Although I will say, if
Vic
had voiced the main character, I would have just been over the moon with the irony. Anyway, so we're finishing up here. So this is the CEO. I'm guessing that's McDonald. Whatever his name is? Ronald McDonald. What's his name? Christopher McDonald. Christoph McDonald. Anyway, this series is certain to cause a lot of controversy, and Anime News Network welcomes and encouraged discussion. of this anime and even the social issues that it touches upon. However, rape is never an acceptable punishment, and we will not tolerate any post that even remotely suggests that it is.
Oh my God.
See, here's the thing, though. No
one was saying that.
None of those posts are going to exist at all. But you're just going to just claim, well, there were thousands, but we deleted them, right? That's why they're not here. Meanwhile, when we do this as a Watch Club, the podcast out, rape is okay now? Question mark. Anyway, furthermore, we will not tolerate posts that take glee in the controversy that this show is likely to cause. Nor will we tolerate any posts that appear to be trollish or baiting in nature. All right. Finally, we ask that all posters be considerate of those who may read these threads and have past traumatic experiences. Well, fuck off. Put a trigger warning on the
who has these experiences. If they're that, it's like the whole cyberpunk epilepsy thing.
Yeah, I'll just say this.
The game being like, this is perfectly safe for me. They're going to question it and then, use their own discretion. You
know what would really be peak SJW 2020, 2021? Video games have a rating system on the back, right? Oh, contains alcohol, drug abuse, partial nudity. Oh, and then next to that now, the trigger warning contains rape, contains violence, contains hurtful words.
You know what? Seb's right. Rape is actually okay in one instance if it's the Tokyo Tower.
I mean, it says contains family values.
Oh man, I almost spit out my soda. Dan, have you watched Detroit Metal City?
No.
You know what Tokyo Tower is, right?
Yes.
It's basically the Eiffel Tower in Japan.
Yeah.
So there's a bit in Detroit Metal City where the main character rapes Tokyo Tower.
What?
What?
You have to see it. It's such a great show. It's based on a 4-coma, right? A 4-panel comic.
I don't think it's 4-coma.
Was it full-length episodes or half episodes?
They're like half.
They were
episodes,
15-minute episodes,
okay.
But they were like segmented somewhat.
Yeah. So anyway, the show is great. Yeah, the show is fantastic. One of the main characters' claims to fame is he can say rape 8 times in a single second or something like that.
And it's just like
And he goes, yeah, it's so funny that they couldn't even dub it because the way that the Japanese guy does it is just so good. And then I'm gonna whet your appetite on this. You're gonna beg me for these things that I can't get out of the storage unit. There's a character at the end of the series named Jack Ill Dark. So the main character is a guy who wants to do Swedish pop. Like imagine Justin Bieber. Somebody wants to do music, not like a douchebag like Justin Bieber, but like the type of music that he did, right? Somebody just wants to do that kind of music, but the only job he can get is the lead singer for a death metal band. So he's dressed up like Kiss, right? And then at the end of the series, Jack Ill Dark, who's like this god among death metal, starts touring the world for his farewell tour, doing a battle of the bands, and he battles the main characters, right? Mm-hmm. Then they make a live action movie, and they actually get Gene Simmons to play Jack Ill Dark in the live action Japanese movie.
That's amazing.
Okay. Yes. So get on it. It's fantastic. It's such a fun watch. Yeah, it's great. It's like a Gretzko, only the one that nobody knew about before Gretzko came out. Anyway. All right, so I'll just note that all the stuff that the CEO here is saying is letting them say, hey, we can ban whatever we want.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'll also say that I've never read anything on forums on Anime News Network because I don't talk to people through forums. It's not something I do. Such sensitivity is a common thing for the outlet, as CEOs previously labeled critics alt-right dorks. That was Clownfish TV, I believe, has deemed the word trap a slur, even though trap in address is something a listing on your encyclopedia, and frequently finding many harmless fictional shows to be sickening or insulting. while the anime is still a few weeks away from its January 13th premiere. By the way, the reason I read all that stuff about the stations it's going to be premiering on is because those were a lot of the stations that fucking interspecies reviewers got pulled off of. So I thought it would be fun to see what if that's the 2021 interspecies reviewers. By the way, has that had a pre-order go up yet?
Nope, not yet.
Oh,
You can bet your ass I'm buying that when it comes out.
Oh yeah. Dan, are you familiar with interspecies reviewers?
We have to do that for the watch.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. So
Again,
yes, I do agree.
I know of it.
Oh my god, if that comes out in time for fan service February,
It's not.
that would be so good. All right. Anyway,
It'd be our first official hentai title for the Watch Club because it was released under Critical Mass.
Yeah. All right. So, work-centric spin-off of Oh My Job Hunting Goddess starts its internet run. So, this show is the bane of my existence.
Oh my god.
But the value or the takeaway, the way I was able to keep moving on is I didn't know they were still making more of this shit. Also, the creator of this somehow literally, this is the epitome of shit in my eyes in anime, this series. The creator of this also made You're Under Arrest, which really pisses me off because I like that series. Anyway, yeah, Belle Dandy's getting a job. All right. In more important news, Act Age manga artist Shiro Usazaki illustrates new one-shot in Weekly Shonen Jump next week. Act Age was canceled in August when the writer was arrested for...
Hey, come on!
That's definitely how it happened.
I feel like that's an illegal clip based on this whole Act Age thing.
Well, I'll tell you this. King of Fighters did get forced to take that down. We just happened to get it before it would disappear. So, after the arrest of Act Age writer Tatsuya Matsuki, or seriously, weren't their exact words, "There's no question, it was me," or whatever they always say?
Let's take allegedly off the table for once.
So I think allegedly, the legal definition of it might be wasn't proved yet in a court of law. Like you could still say, yeah, I did 9/11, but until it's proven in the court of law, it always will be a mystery why those towers fell. For allegedly sexually assaulting multiple high school girls, the manga, which was running in Weekly Shonen Jump, was canceled, leaving the illustrator, Shiro Usazaki, who penned a letter in support of the victims, without an ongoing manga series. Usazaki announced today on her Twitter account that she'll be pairing up with writer Osamu Ishikawa for a one-shot in Weekly Shonen Jump's combined issue next week titled Flame-Eyed Cyclops. Jeez. I'm just trying to picture that. Okay. The one shot will have 47 pages as well as a color page. Ooh, color. All right. Ishikawa previously published a one shot in the Shonen Jump Plus app called Rainy Day Friendship Bracelet. Jesus Christ. Oh, are you writing these yourself? No wonder you were paired with another guy. That was released in Japanese on October 23rd, 2020. As well as a manga titled Wild Alice, I could read that, on the Shonen Jump Rookie website. Ishikawa was previously an office worker before making manga. So hold on, Ishikawa. Okay, yeah. So they are pairing up with Ishikawa. So this is Ishikawa. Wow, you go from a terrible person to a terrible writer. Okay. Much love to the artist for Act Age, who should not have been drugged through all of this shit. But clearly, life isn't going to let you go because this sounds terrible. Flame-Eyed Cyclops. I don't know how that's going to work out, but I look forward to more details. So, Sony yanks Cyberpunk 2077 from store amidst talks of legal trouble. So, FDDNM, has your playthrough been inhibited by any issues lately?
The only issue I've had, which the thing is, I haven't actually updated it because the update's like 9 gigs on my internet's terrible. But I've had this persistent. Well, this issue comes up on occasion where the trees clip through literally everything. I can see it through the car, like when I'm in a cutscene, I can see it, whatever. I don't know why. All the foliage just clips through on occasion, but it will disappear for like really big, long lengths of time. It doesn't actually break the game. But
so you're saying that the game is designed in such a way where it doesn't render the trees if something is supposed to be in front of it. But it's clipping through as in it's rendering on top of, or it's actually the physical geometry is going through the object.
No, it's not going through. Sorry, it's like you see it.
It's rendering on top.
Yeah, it renders everything on top. I think it's something to do with my graphic settings, like the render distance or whatever.
So if I had to guess what's causing that, it's probably the fact that the textures for the leaves are PNGs that are transparent. And I'm guessing that the reason that this is happening is because Minecraft, and all the times they've updated, has a terrible tendency to constantly have bugs that were fixed like 30 times previously keep coming back.
Probably
and one of them is that
when they were working on new bugs.
Yeah. So like old like nether portals and water would render on top of particle effects for a while. And I'm thinking that that's partially the reason why that what you're describing is that the textures for semi-transparent or fully transparent things occasionally the order of operations for when they should render like that there's precedent for that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
And then there's like steam and smoke effects are like what is it? They're giant squares. So it's like all of the like images.
So again, that's probably the PNGs not loading properly.
What setting could I adjust that might fix that?
It's probably not something, like I said, it's probably something that the patch will fix. Like I was just describing to you why this is happening in the game build, and not something you should do to fix it.
The thing is, there's this new bug that if you craft too many items or if you loot too much and your save is 8 megabytes or more, then it's corrupt.
Oh, so the game's unplayable for PC as well. Okay.
No.
Let me read this article.
I haven't gone to that point yet.
Well, I'm going to read this and you can give me some more feedback if you feel. Sony yanks Cyberpunk 2077 from store amidst talks of legal trouble. So until CD Projekt Red announced the overhaul patches for January and February, Sony and Microsoft were issuing refunds outside of their terms of service guidelines, meaning that even if you played it for more than an hour or 3 hours or whatever it was, they would still give you a refund. Following the announcement of the patches, consumers were promptly told in more polite language to go pound sand. Sony has reversed their previous no refund policy to issue universal refunds for digital copies, effective immediately. Any user who purchased the digital version of the game is entitled to a full refund regardless of playtime. For the foreseeable future, the game has been pulled from their storefront. Right? Now, the funny thing is that while the U.S. allows terms of service to violate their consumer protection laws, most other markets outside of the U.S. do not. A lawyer on Reddit laid out how applicable laws in the United States set CD Projekt Red and Sony up for a potential class action lawsuit. Now, I got to tell you, while I was reading this, I'm like, okay, this seems interesting. I'm highlighting it. Takes a weird turn when I get there. So what did you expect on last-gen consoles? Well, generally, a game that you can finish from start to end, right? So he's basically saying, as we covered in the previous podcast, the PS4 and Xbox One versions of this game are, well, there's the picture, right? Like, they're bad. The LODs aren't loading in, or they don't exist for certain things. So the characters and like buildings don't load it. Like in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Oh, my screen just turned off. That was weird. What? I hear you guys still.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah. My dual monitor just turned off. Okay, that was weird. Anyway, so in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you'd get to the point where you're driving some of the cars literally so fast that the geometry of the buildings wouldn't load, and you would just crash like freaking 200 miles an hour straight into a building, and then you're like, what the fuck? I just blew up, and then the wall would load, right? In front of you. And I'm hearing that that's what people are dealing with that here, right? So anyway, oh yeah, that's what. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So there's
just noticing
a thing that people have to realize as well is that apparently this was announced in like 2012 that they obtained this IP. So presumably it's been in development since then. But you know what else they didn't have? They didn't have the mid-gen refreshes, the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X, available to them.
So here's the thing. It seems to me like they've been developing this game the entire time for the PS5.
Yeah.
And the new Xbox, right?
Since 2012?
Yes. Because they, utilizing Moore's law, you can project forward capabilities, and they're building these games largely they're building them like PC wise, right? They're building them in a computer.
They could have been developing it from PC as like the basis,
right?
So
and then their plan is to port it down to the PlayStation 5. Right, which will probably be able to run it effectively just as well as the PC build that they're making. Yeah. This is how I'm thinking it's working. Then when it comes down to, okay, and also at a certain point, way earlier than you might think, the technical specs of the PS5 has been released to these other companies long before we know about it by Sony. Sony says, hey, this is what we're working with, right? Can you work with this? Great. Just like how games could be consoled into a cartridge for the N64, right? They were working on those games long before the N64 actually came out for release for consumers, because what's the point of releasing the console if there aren't any games to play with it, right? So anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is, that perspective still kind of backs up the point of it wasn't made for this gen. But the thing is, right.
it was made for PS5 gen, so it wasn't made
to run on PS4. Their hardware.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to get into here. So let me just read that real quick. So it says Microsoft has the marketing. What's up?
I was going to say, I wonder, is there a reason why they didn't like release it for the consoles that it does play well on, and then just delayed the. I mean, I get it. The base PS4 and Xbox probably had the bigger pre-orders, but
it seems largely because people don't have the PS5 in large numbers yet.
No, I get that, but I mean, if they would have released it just on like PC and the higher end consoles, and then just said, "Hey, we got to delay the lower end ones," I mean, people would have been pissed.
So here's the thing. So here's the thing. They've delayed this game a couple times, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to rush it out. I'm just saying, why did they do a partial
I actually don't think that it was CD Projekt Red who wanted to rush it out. I think that CD Projekt Red knew this was going to be a shit show, and some like investors or somebody came in and forced it out.
Release this shit now. It's holiday season. We need to make money.
Yeah, exactly. Holiday. Right. I think that was the issue. They're like, we need people to buy this for their friends and family right fucking now. Release it, and the game is not finished. Look at it; it's clearly not ready. But
yeah, no, I guess that's
become a little bit.
Not that any of us would have had those answers.
Right. So it says here, Microsoft has the marketing deal with Cyberpunk and was pushing the marketing for Xbox One. Right. So he says here, the game has been unplayable to many with crashes. To bugs and even false advertising. Microsoft has the marketing deal with Cyberpunk and was pushing the marketing for Xbox One. That's the current gen console, not the next gen stuff like PS5 and all that, right? What is the Xbox new one called? Xbox
Series
One
X.
Xbox Series
X.
God, these are fucking
There's both. One X is last gen. Series X is the new one.
Thank you. So the Xbox Series X, right? So anyway, when a game can't perform on the console you're marketing, that's one potential lawsuit for false advertising and promoting a game. Sure, many of the bugs and glitches can get patched out via an online update, but there is still an audience without internet access. People
Dude, I want to see EA getting sued for all their sports games before Cyberpunk. Like, seriously, why is it all, Cyberpunk's this special thing that I got particularly ripped off on? And the thing is, they're giving you refunds. So what's the big deal? You got your money back. So it's like...
do you have to delete the files now, or what?
Who knows?
No.
The thing is, like Nice on Twitter, he's like, this is unacceptable. How could they release a game like this? Blah, blah. And then, the whole Sony refunds coming out. And I think a day after, like, the whole Universal refunds and it was taken off the store, he made another tweet, like, really enraged about releasing the product that's not done or you can't play or whatever. And it's like, you got your money back, man. Like, what's your grievances? You got to play a game that sure wasn't what you were hoping for, but you got your money back at the end of the day, so you didn't really take a loss besides, I guess, time invested.
I think it's more like... Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, I think a lot of it is just that CD Projekt Red was held to a higher standard than things like EA and Ubisoft.
To be fair, you're right, yeah. Like, they put out The Witcher 3 and everyone just coomed their shorts. But the thing is, that came out on last gen, like their timetable. I think the reason that Cyberpunk was delayed so many times is because it started in 2012, so they're developing for Xbox One, PS4. Then the mid-gen refreshes come in, and they're like, god damn it, we got to, like, optimize for this. Mm-hmm. So they started working on that. And then the next gen was announced, and they're like, god damn it, we got to start working on those optimizations. And apparently one of the main reasons they delayed it, the latest delay or whatever, was because they have to bug test it on so many different platforms. You got PC, base Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Xbox One X, PS4. Like, there's just so many things that they have to bug test.
Old Man says that Skyrim had the same save bug glitch at launch.
I think I heard about that too, yeah.
He also said it's not about the money. It's about the principle. So I think you guys are right. Let me read this real quick. It says... People live in rural areas. Internet could be extremely slow. How do you help those people that buy the disc version, install it, and can't finish the game due to bugs?
Dude, shut up. I've been living that life for so long, and
I know.
I don't even want to hear it.
I know. They have no internet access to help them with the update. If enough people start complaining, all it takes is for one case to go to the court and people start signing on to the class action. It should have never been released at the cost of the consumer for profit. That's what the lawsuit, in my opinion, will be about. The game was made at the cost of the Xbox One and PS4 consumer. I believe he's making good points, right? About a class action lawsuit. And then the article here is about how Sony seems to have... they've literally taken the game off of their store, right? Amidst the talks of legal trouble, right? And they've backtracked on their you can't have a refund because there's going to be a patch next month, right? So anyway, here's what he says here. I believe to qualify for the class action, you must not have access to internet. I believe that a judge will rule that if you have internet, you will not be able to sue because you will be able to download a patch. Okay, let me ask you.
What the fuck?
If you don't have access to internet in 2020, how the fuck do you even know that this game came out?
How did you buy it? How did you get this?
How did you buy it at a non what do you call it? Essential GameStop.
Hold on. How do you even play games? Because literally every game has a day one patch before you can even play it.
Yeah. So then, what did he say? He said, if you have a data cap, I think you might be able to sign on to it because it costed you data to fix the game.
Man, I would have loved to get in on all these lawsuits like years ago.
I can also see this case set precedent and get the FTC involved with Microsoft and PlayStation having stricter procedures of releasing a game or going gold. You shouldn't be able to release a disc game that isn't playable. Imagine being the guys there who are like, fuck, have you played the pressed disc version of our game? Oh my God. They're going to lynch us, right? It's in the next article. First of all, I love this. If you don't have access to an internet, what are the chances you're even going to find out about the class action lawsuit? Sony and Xbox refunding digital copies of Cyberpunk 2077 removed from the PlayStation Store.
You know what's funny about this? It's basically now an Xbox exclusive.
Can I just acknowledge that I detest the Isle of Whales shaped fucking armpit hair patch on the Keanu Reeves character? Why does it look like it looks like when a person is trying to what is that called, the gorilla mask, where you put sticky stuff on somebody's face and shave your pubes over their face? That's what that looks like to me.
Okay.
Awful. Anyway, enough talking about his armpit hair. So anyway, they're saying here that what do they say here? Those curious as to how the game managed to fare so poorly in terms of development had one potential theory. That's all women.
Well, that's how they sold a lot of copies, if they can even get women interested.
Well, yeah, because women want to be able to make a character with a giant dick and a tight pooper.
I don't think that's an option last time I checked.
I have not played this game at all.
You can't have the option to have
There's no tightening settings.
A tight hoochie coochie.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. I don't play this game. I don't really have a dog in this fight. I didn't even know that CD Projekt Red was until, they made The Witcher? Oh, okay. Another game I haven't played, but at least people like that. So anyway, yeah, I don't have anything to say about this. Do you have anything else you want to add, Foodnum?
I mean, sounds like they're in a lot of hot water. The lawsuit thing. Like I said, if you get your money back, where's the damages? There's no real damage done.
Yeah. No, seriously, which is why that was the title of the article, was that they're basically about facing on there, no, you can't have a refund because of the talks of a class action lawsuit that seem to be going in a direction where, they could probably get fucked over. Anyway, so, Old Man said, Cyberpunk was so hyped up, it's crazy. I haven't seen hype like that since No Man's Sky. That's what I was going to bring up. Wasn't that another awful game?
Oh, yeah, yeah. The thing is, what is it? Cyberpunk apparently had, I don't know, it sounds like a crazy higher budget than The Witcher did, or whatever, like 3 times. And most of it was spent on marketing. And that's probably their downfall, is that they oversold themselves, I guess. And then the pressure was on to actually release the thing because everyone was like, oh, this is so cool. And then they're like, God damn, we have to optimize it for new consoles and stuff now. They just kind of bit off more than they could chew, and then they release it too early.
Because they claimed with The Witcher that they weren't going to downgrade the ports for the old gen, and they did. They had to. Anyway, Phantasy Star Online 2 have 2 new Genesis brags about having no gender options. This is so fucking funny to me. Okay, and the thing that's funny to me is that
you to be trans.
No, the thing that's funny to me is that a rose by any other name smells as sweet, so to speak. And I legitimately can't decide if the SJW-esque types will be satiated temporarily by this or immediately drill into the fact that it doesn't fucking matter and it's totally stupid. So instead of having male or female body types, you choose between human type 1 or human type 2. And human type 1 is the masculine type. Which makes like the women the second-class citizens.
I mean, I think that's literally what Cyberpunk did. It's like type 1 or type 2 for the body type.
Yeah. So and there's the female type.
Voices or something.
Yeah. You know, this worries me. I mean,
they're not well inclusive.
No, I don't give a fuck about that. No, I mean, why are they doing it? Is it part of the mythos? Is it?
It's to appease the masses. That
it's clearly because they incorrectly think that their customers are a bunch of SJWs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. This is a Japanese company, right?
Yeah.
And we're seeing Japanese companies doing this.
Yes. No.
So you can joke about it all you want, but like in a decade's time, when even the Japanese are just as woke as the West, I mean, they're going to watch the play.
Oh,
well,
no, totally.
Actually, I don't think this is woke.
Let me be abundantly clear. I am happy that I have enough anime in my storage unit right now that will last me the rest of my life.
No, I see. I know what you're saying. Like, this probably isn't woke. I'm just saying I'm worried about the slippery slope.
Oh no, I think we're beyond that point. I think we've already, like, there's no hope.
Like people are constantly saying, like, I see it all the time. People say like Japan's the last bastion, but it's like
they say that. Let me explain something to you though. Here's the thing. What we are seeing. So there's two types of people. There's the fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, rage against the machine type. And there's the fuck you, do what they tell you type. And we are seeing right now, we've got some companies in Japan, human type 1, human type 2, and we've got other companies in Japan. Well, I'm gonna rape my RPG companions in my redo. You know,
I mean, that is true. I'm just worried when the type 1 and type 2 wins out against the other one, because that's basically what happened in the West.
The way that you okay. So let me tell you how we win. Here's how you win. You don't buy this shitty ass game. You don't go see Ghostbusters Ladies Edition. I don't even know what they called it.
2016, I think.
Yeah, you don't go see crappy ass Star Wars. Instead, you put your money to the stuff that hasn't gone woke yet. Right?
Hold on.
Like the Rise of the Shield Hero.
Yeah, I thought that.
It's fucking amazing, right?
Hold up.
So you need. Go ahead.
This isn't. Well, I don't think this is what you think it is. They're doing this to cover their asses so people don't get mad that there's only two genders. By not disclosing a gender, they avoid the woke crowd pissing at them, but they're not.
It's still a surrender, though. It shouldn't even be an issue.
It's a kneel. Don't bend the knee, is what he's saying, right? And the thing that I think is funny about this is that the people who did this are gonna get raped royally by the people they're trying to capitulate to, because human type 1 and human that's just code for male and female, right? That's what it's
probably.
Gonna be. That's what it fucking is.
I think the bigger surrender would be if you added like a tertiary option.
Oh, sure,
after the fact or whatever. So this is like a compromise I'm willing to accept.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna argue that would have been way worse. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, it's like you can't give these people an inch, or they'll take a mile. Well, they'll take more than a mile.
Well,
and this seems like they're starting to give an inch.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You give them an inch and they'll take your entire income.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that the I think that the solution to this for the game company, this is me speaking directly to Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. So what you need to do instead is you don't have human type 1 or human type 2. Instead, you have a slider between gorilla, right? Like a fucking gorilla man. Just like fucking He-Man on steroids. And on the other end, you have the One Piece style body of women, right? And all you have to do is make it so that the slider, when taken from gorilla to the One Piece woman, right smack dab in the middle is the pink-haired feminazi.
And you also have to have a weight bar so you can make the whale or the twig.
No. It's not. See, you're mistaking it. That's the next bar.
That's what I'm saying. That's
sad. So right. You take your gorilla and you make him real happy. His pants get bulgier. He's a little bit veinier, right?
Anyway. Okay.
I feel like I had something to say following that up, but I don't know if I remember anymore. You just got.
And remember, I'm the one who demonetized this podcast.
Podcast, yes.
Well, because we're now demonetized, I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Are you sure we were demonetized? Are we? Are we?
Are we? Going to check right now?
A company that is doing a move like this, I feel like if push came to shove and the woke crowd was like, you have to put more things, then they'd just be like, okay, screw this. And just like... No. They just stop caring and stop catering rather than
why can't I replace this with the proboscis?
Yeah, I would hope that that's the case. I truly would hope.
I'd like to hope that too. But I'm just assuming that because it's Japan and they kind of don't care, that because they're doing this move that appeases rather than a full-on embracing. Oh, there's 20 genders to choose from. That they're doing this out of okay. Here's something. Stop bothering us.
But see that
they chose the easiest route to get rid through the pandering.
But if we look at, I know that, but it's like if we look at like the history of how things got the way they are in America, that's how it started. They just kind of throw them a bone here and there. All right, yeah, we'll let some of you guys into the company. Oh, before you know it, it's like
just. Wow.
I don't know. Maybe I'm sorry. I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid here.
Sorry. I pulled up to find out if we were demonetized, and I was like, wow, we are not only demonetized, we're age restricted. But here's the thing. Hold on. When you go to I forgot that YouTube changed it so that when you go to your videos, it starts with your uploads. And then you can select live videos as a whole separate tab. So it was actually the Ultraman masks video that's age restricted and demonetized. So let me see. Are we demonetized? No, we're actually still monetized. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I guess have at it.
All right.
Yeah, I see. Saints Row 4. Right. The buff guy. Yeah. I think Saints Row 4 did it as a joke. Like they were just, I think that was all like one big joke. Because back then, things weren't quite as bad as they are now.
So,
I don't think I don't think they could get away with doing that nowadays.
Look, I mean, I think I've rehashed this conversation quite a few times. But basically, the issue that we see is that we had a group of people. So I talked about this on that stream I did with Hero Hade that he privated later, where I watched this happen. Like people are in this world right now, and over the last like 5 years ish, they're really hungry for an identity, a unique identity, right? And we're seeing this happen, especially with the rise of Donald Trump, that the homogenous blob of left and right, but more specifically, culturally accepted left, didn't let people be something other than the NPC meme, right?
I don't mean to brag here, but I have an individual identity. It's called my name. I know a lot of people are jealous about how unique it is, but like, I'm sorry, but I've achieved it.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna. You were gonna say you have. You're certainly an individual avatar. But what I'm saying is that I watched this happen in the political sphere, where people didn't feel unique and special enough in their political leanings with only two parties. So they started to splinter off into smaller and smaller fragments of themselves. So the right went from Republican down to splinter off, and you've got the neocons and the Tea Party, and then those splinter off further into nationalists and libertarian, and that splinters off even further into anarcho-capitalist, and they just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller to things that are uniquely you, because you want your groups. We've discovered that the bigger your group gets, the more corporate it gets, and the more it sucks to be a part of anymore, right? When you start a new business, you get away with more shit, like it's more fun. It's more exhilarating to be in that environment. And then as you grow, it gets corporate. Nobody gets away with, banging in the office after hours or weird stuff, that everybody was in the smaller company days more. Let me put it this way. When I worked a job in LA where we went into work and we would literally leave like from the place where we were working, walk down the street to the liquor store and bring back liquor and sit at our desks and just drink it from the bottle while we worked, but you can't do that in a corporate environment, right? That's what I'm getting at, probably for good reason. Profits start to get affected by, other people were doing drugs at the place, but that wasn't something I was doing. But anyway, what I'm getting at is that people want an identity that is flashy and exciting and brings them attention, right? So they splintered down into smaller and smaller fragments of things, and that's why we've got 78 billion genders that are literally just a code word for them to say, "I'm into butt stuff" or something. Like, I'm sexually excited by the mailman. I don't know. Like, there's just something that is literally. They claim that it's a gender. Literally, they're calling it a gender, but literally the definition of 90% of these genders is some weird fetish, right? It's literally like, bro, that's a fetish, that you're into. That's not. You just came up with a word for something that already exists. You know what I mean? Anyway, and I think that it that's what I'm getting at. It goes into this identity thing, right? And what we're dealing with right now is a culture war, so to speak, that is. So I would say that we are experiencing a civil war through culture that is now also in the U.S. starting to come through politics as well, where people are becoming further and further into the opposite spectrum of their opponent. And again, this is going into the SJW versus non-SJW type thing, to where you either are going all in with the SJW stuff and making Snowflake and Safe Space and I'm Not Starfire, right? Or you're going the complete other way and you're doing the redo of Healer, right? And I think that unfortunately, I think entertainment's about to get like legitimate. Let me be abundantly clear here. I think this is a bad thing overall for entertainment, right? Because we're talking about, I'm worried about the direction this is going. It's like, you have to understand that, let's call this the left-wing direction of, human type 1 and human type 2, right? Let's say that's the left-wing version of it. The right-wing version of it's going to get real old and annoying real fast. And I think it's already there, in my opinion, with a lot of the stuff. I've talked about Okay, so Subverse. Okay, maybe that's an important milestone in where this sort of repudiation of Gamergate is going. But I brought up a while ago in a podcast how it's weird though, because all the adult-y like games that have nudity and hardcore stuff in it, they're pretty much just a porn game. Like they're just an excuse to have another interactive sex session in it. From what I've seen of what gets highlighted on Sankaku Complex and One Angry Gamer and all that, and I'm like, there's not actually substance there. So you're taking something like, for instance, let me put it this way: you start out Game of Thrones, right? And the first like 4 seasons or so are really, really good. Just imagine that this show just becomes the Game of Thrones porn parody. You get what I mean? Like we're decrying the fact that gaming is getting into this weird bending the knee realm where they're getting to be like a virtue signal fest, right? Rather than actually being good games. But then on the other hand, the games that you might still tolerate aren't really that good. They're not really, interesting, or they're not what gaming was, where it might have a little bit of fan service here and there, but the actual core of the game, the story, the gameplay was still great. Now it's just pandering. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think I've quite come up with. Like, I'm coming up with it. Like I'm trying to figure out the way to articulate the thought. It's kind of operating in the background of my brain, but I've been seeing this go on.
I know what you're saying. You're basically warning about it going too far the other way too.
Well, yeah, it's not so much that I'm worried about it going too far the other way, so much as I think that the natural procession of where it's gone one direction forces the other direction to go even further the other way. Which is I'm basically saying the same thing you just said, but it's not quite coming out the way that I feel like is a properly articulated way. But anyway, Old Man says he hates politics has entered anime, video games, movies, TV shows, and comics. So I'll say that politics has always been a part of these different mediums to varying degrees. But the thing is that the politics it wasn't personal because culturally we agreed on a lot more back in the day. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the thing I think about, how comedians have this really interesting ability to acknowledge hypocrisy without people getting bent out of shape over it. Like a comedian can make a joke that points out a problem on one side or the other, and it's brought up with laughs instead of condemnation, even though it might actually, the purpose of the joke and what it actually causes is people to think, people to actually revisit their views because it's been presented to them in a way that was palatable versus being told you're wrong. You get what I mean? But lately, comedians are dead to rights. You can't say anything because people are far too sensitive to the issues now. It's all too personal. We don't agree on anything anymore. We don't speak the same languages anymore. This is what I was talking about, like the Tower of Babel is the internet. We are experiencing a fragmentation to where we have breakaway civilizations that cannot have a discussion with each other. You've got people who believe COVID doesn't exist, and people who are so fucking scared that they're running to mommy and daddy government to save them. You've got people like Justin Savakis who was jumping in line to get the vaccination when you've got everybody else who's like, hold up now. How many people have died of this already? This is weird. How many more people need to die before more people have died?
Aren't they also putting trackers in there in the vaccines?
Again, that's what I'm saying is you've got these people that have run to opposite ends of the spectrum. So you've got people that believe that there are trackers in it. I very much think that regardless of whether or not this is intentional, it does fulfill prophecy in the Bible of the mark of the beast, or the beast system, in the sense that that they are creating a world where you will not be able to survive if you don't have, quote unquote, the mark. Personally, I think the mark is the smart technology, though. I think it's cell phones and Google Glass. And I say that because I'm looking forward into what comes after the internet, which is something they're calling metaverse, which is actually being put together by the creators of Fortnite, where they want to create a world. Hey, Reese, have you ever seen the movie? Oh, he's not here. Dang, I was going to say, have you ever seen the movie Surrogates? Because we're going back into that discussion again. But the thing is that they're creating a world now where they're intentionally designing a way to force people into this. So what I'm trying to say regarding this is that right now, whenever you go anywhere, regardless of the fact that COVID has a 99.7% survival rate for anybody under the age of 70, every store that you see says no mask, no service. Well, how long until that says no vaccine, no service? Right? Or how long until it says no chip or whatever it's going to be? You got Andrew Yang tweeting out, oh, there ought to be a way to track people who are vaccinated with like an app or something. And it's like, oh, wouldn't that be nice? You know, like, and all that kind of stuff. So this is what I'm saying is you've got people who are running to opposite ends of the spectrum. And again, to quote Tim Pool, I'll be that milquetoast fence sitter who says the reality is probably somewhere in the middle, you know, somewhere between the two extremes. But I do see that we're creating a world where we can't survive anymore without depending on systems that are being built in the ashes of something that is probably being made out to be worse than it is, so that for control, right? Mm-hmm. So anyway, also China is overlooking entertainment at the same time. Yeah, well, they always are overlooking, as in looking over, right? And like fine-tooth combing, as we discussed previously. Do you guys have anything you want to say, or should we move on to...
Yeah, I probably should move on. I think we've been on this for a while. That was my fault.
Well,
sorry.
Oh, we're still on this thing. Wow.
Collection of Saga allegedly censors the words colored and terrorist and more. So lovers of video games have once again been aghast at the nefarious deeds of, quote, localizers, as another classic title from the past has been subjected to evil woke politics and to the evil woke politics of the modern era, with the, quote, trigger warning appearing on boot up of Collection of Saga Final Fantasy Legend being a sign of things to come. This title has largely been faithfully replicated in its original form, but several changes have been made to meet the evolving cultural and societal norms.
Yeah.
This is like a picture of a cat's asshole. Why does it find every single shot? Anyway, Collection of Saga Final Fantasy Legend came out December 15th and contains 3 retro titles ported to the Nintendo Switch. The Final Fantasy Legend, the Final Fantasy Legend 2, and the Final Fantasy Legend 3. No, really? The beginning 3 entries into the Saga series. Those on Twitter shared a message that pops up on screen, blah, 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 something I just read. Several individuals went on the hunt to see what exactly was censored in the title, and as always, the changes were mostly to avoid inducing hatred in the easily offended. Yeah. The so-called localizers, however, were seemingly aiming for people who are extremely sensitive, considering it was alleged that such changes involved swapping the word colored to pigmented when referring to a set of stairs.
I guess scientifically they're correct, but...
And from terrorist to partisan.
Oh, yeah?
What?
The cat craw are now called the cat claw, fixing an error, obviously, but still kills the nostalgia. The Balkan has been changed to Vulcan. All references to the atomic power plant have been censored to just power plant, because nukes are scary in your post-apocalyptic hellscape. Stupid change. Naturally, the plutonium is changed to some made-up word like bullshit-onium or something like that. The N-bomb has naturally been changed into the A-bomb.
What? Oh.
N bomb as a nuclear bomb has become atomic bomb.
All right.
Good job, guys.
It got a different label, but the infliction is the same.
So atomic power plant in plutonium bad, A-bomb okay. I think it's more that N-bomb has two meanings.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they didn't change, what is it, bomb, because, terrorism, but they had to censor the word terrorist. Because
I think that's
terrorists
whoever was writing the article or writing this thing, not the actual game developers or whatever.
Says here, are they afraid people are going to make jokes about the N-bomb like it's an F-bomb? That's the only reason I can think of for these word changes. At this point, there are so many random bizarre changes, they might as well have just redone the script. None of these are particularly big deal, but it's odd that they have done this while leaving the pretty crappy translation mostly intact, save for a few minor errors that were corrected. The terrorist enemies have been renamed to partisans.
Terrorists.
I mean,
no, they don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's a miracle they're not just called conservatives, right?
Oh yeah, that's coming.
Or you mean the NRA or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm
What do
sure.
they call
I'm
it? The
sure.
Proud Boys?
Yeah.
What is that? The Nude Rape Association?
I just think it's funny that they call them partisans. Like, how about just extremists or something?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's such a weird term for a Final Fantasy title to be using.
Partisans.
Oh god, the terrorist enemies have renamed to partisans. Can't have the terrorists get their feelings hurt by being the enemy in a 30-year-old video game. That would be so horrible. Its color, the word color, has been changed to pigment. In the original Game Boy version, speak to Johnny in Giantstown, and he'll tell you that one of the stairs is colored differently. You can get in that way. In the new version, he says one of the stairs is pigmented differently. You can get in that way.
My God! And so this is the localizers or the local?
Yeah, for the Switch version versus the Game Boy version.
Translators, yeah.
Great, yeah. See, those people need to be fired.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, if ever there was a need to be able to read and write Japanese to bypass all this bullshit, this is it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're there, guys. We're past due.
Says, is that picture of the cat going to be your thumbnail? You should put like the thumbnail in the Switch with the cat in the back.
Yes. I like the way you think. So my guess is that it's based on the amazing American flag iPhone holder, that the person is laying down and they've got a cat on their lap and the Switch is like propped up on the cat.
Maybe.
Because they're doing one of these. Actually, this would be my thumbnail.
Or he's holding it.
The crotch warmer cat just doesn't want to leave.
Hold on. I thought I had to recreate it so I could Photoshop myself into the reflection.
No. The trick would be to have it up there and have it stay up and be like, "Hey, look, no hands." Have your phone stay up. And then have your hands behind you, like, "Hey, look, no hands."
What you're telling me to do is you're telling me to take another screenshot.
No.
Hold on, shut up.
Put your phone down on your crotch and have your
I've got it.
Stay up.
I've got it for the Photoshop.
And have your hands up behind you. It's like, "Hey, look, no hands."
All right. Anyway, now that that's derailed us, See, the changes that are there to try to make the game trademark free or prevent lawsuits, I understand. But stuff like this makes me scratch my head. Why? Are they afraid someone is going to freak the fuck out over the word colored because they think it is offensive towards black people in a totally unrelated context? That seems like a massive stretch. Are they afraid some player is going to be like, herder, the game is in black and white. There are no colors. What are
Oh, no.
I want a refund. That's what it is. I want a refund, herder. Like, what's the reasoning behind these changes? It's just bizarre. Are they doing that? Are they doing that old map maker's trick where they make small changes to the map to try to sue pirates that copy it? Are they trying to make the new version slightly different enough to get a whole new copyright applied? What's the reason? Just because they can?
I mean, is this
I noticed the Colt, it was changed to pistol. Yeah, that's probably a copyright thing. 2 streams or so left for me playing part. Okay. Not going to lie, these changes seem all over the place to me as well. Thank you, everyone, for listening to changes you find. A few other things I've noticed are basically trademark-friendly changes, like Colt is now just called the pistol, and Red Bulls are now Red Horn. Hey, this came out before Red Bull. I think that they earned it.
Yeah.
The Obake one is just localizing the mythological references, Bodoc being a Scottish equivalent of basically the same thing. Its color, the word color, has been changed to pigment. In the original Game Boy version, blah, 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 weird about that. It seems with every passing moment, the modern gaming industry finds more and more harmless things offensive as they continue to self-censor, whether it be old or new games, to appease the socially inept individuals who demand the world change so that they not feel inadequate about themselves. So just to wrap up the kind of thing we were talking about earlier, I don't think that's necessarily what it is. I think that we are in a world where the market is splitting between 2 factions. And so let me put it this way. If this game was redone 5 years ago, the people localizing it would probably not have made the same decisions. Like, I think that the one colored to pigment, they probably wouldn't have even thought that needed to be changed. Or it's always possible that the word in Japanese actually translated more authentically to pigment. I don't know. But I think that if this game had come out 5 or 10 years ago, it's a 30-year-old game, right? If it came out 10 years ago, I don't think people would have even cared about the changes. They would probably not have noticed most of them. They wouldn't have cared, right? But then also from the other foot, if you were in charge of localizing 10 years ago, you wouldn't feel the need to make the same changes. It's the Overton window constantly shifting more and more for both sides of the spectrum here that caused this to be a thing. And unfortunately, there isn't an easy way out for this. Like, eventually, the culture clash is going to become significantly more physical, as we've seen it already becoming political, right? So, anyway, in even more fun gaming news, China's online games will require real name verification from June 2021 onward. I don't know why this was the image they chose, but I kind of wanted that to be the oh, well.
Now, the question is, who's getting played?
What? Who's getting played?
Who's getting played, the game or the player?
Because China's going to control them.
Carry on.
China's... Okay, hold on. So I read this wrong. China's online games will require real name verification. See, I read this originally, and it worked both ways. But it is kind of a distinction here that they're talking about the games, not the gamers. So the Chinese online games are going to require a real name, meaning that, again, Beast System. You will not be able to function in society unless you capitulate, right? So, we want you to use your real name. California ID has the real ID in it. You got to get your new driver's license. It's going to be invalidated next year, even though your Arizona ID says that it's good until 2053. It's a intentional designed system to obtain further and further control. So it says here, China has started to crack down further on the private lives of its citizens as a governmental real name authentication system will be required for all online games in the communist country starting June 2021, something that certain suspects are no doubt wishing would come to the U.S. So I want to put this into perspective for you, RHYS. This means that if you were to play Pokemon Go in China, you couldn't go by the name Captain Fudanari.
Well, good thing I don't go by that anymore. I did bring that up. That I was able to get my RHYS 2753 name back.
I'm just saying, you'd have to use your real name.
They would need
legally change your name to Captain Fudanari.
They would need photo verification.
I need to have this name, and your system's not allowing it. This is
I guess how much does it cost to change your name?
Probably not too much, but it probably will go up in price once they're processing hundreds.
Probably
of
as much as it does.
I mean, if they don't allow it, then they're transphobic?
Yeah, my genders are this and that, and my name is Captain Fudanari. All right. As declared by the Public Relations Department for China's Communist Party, should those that operate online games fail to implement this real name authentication system, they will be prohibited from offering their services. Yep. It is said that this verification process is far more strict than any Chinese online service, as some of the requirements include presenting an ID card with a personal photo, a photo of both the ID card and the person, and voice print authentication. I'll tell you, if this comes here, I am legally changing my name to the Anime Collector.
It costs $185.
I'll do it
to change your name in Iowa.
In Iowa.
I don't know.
Such a system is
probably
said
triple
to
that
already...
in California, just because it's California.
Well, they'll get so much money.
Guys, on the one hand, it's kind of exciting to have moved back to California because I'm going to get to see what it's like to live in a failed state as early as next year. California is literally putting forth legislation that if you have spent more than 60 days in California at all, if you come here from now on, from when they pass the bill, and you have spent more than 60 days in California in a year, you have to pay taxes to California for the next 10 years.
Get out now.
Yeah. So I will say, if I ever finally get back out of here and they pass that and they expect me to pay taxes, I will evade those taxes on the grounds that it is taxation without representation. You bet your fucking ass I will. Horrible. Obvious collapsing system. Failed state, right? They're trying to impeach Gavin Newsom, the governor of California right now, who's, by the way, Nancy Pelosi's nephew. It's going to be an interesting next year.
Wow.
It is said that so it's going to require presenting an ID card with a personal photo, a photo of both the ID card and the person, and voice print authentication. Such a system is said to already be in place for some Chinese games and applications. Remember Minority Report when they send the little things, the little like spider things to check your eyes? Like, yeah, I'm just over here banging my girlfriend. Oh, hold on, let's ruin the mood while we get our eyes scanned in the middle of it, That's an actual thing that happens. I'm not just pulling that out of thin air. They do have a person having sex get scanned in the middle of the act in that movie. The Chinese government stated on past occasions they are trying to protect youths. Oh, wouldn't you think of the fucking children? As well as take
the kids
measures.
playing Cyberpunk 27 or 77. Yeah, 27 playing Cyberpunk.
Yep.
Yeah, the adult games. Yeah, think of the children, guys.
Think of the children who need to have the underrepresentation of children in the character genital creations.
Yeah, exactly.
I guarantee you that will be some bullshit that they come up with in the next 10 years. Well, I can't make my naked character that has sex in this game a child. I identify as a child. Why is there no tree for the ends? Okay, the Chinese government stated on past occasion they're trying to protect youths as well as take measures against the circulation of illegal funds and to protect personal information. Though many suspect this act to be nothing more than to boost control over both game companies and its consumers, you don't say. Let's get into our news.
Like I was saying, who's getting played? The gamer or the game?
See, I wouldn't say the word play. Who's getting screwed? Definitely the people in China. Regarding release news, Ongaku Our Sound is pre-order, not yet shipping, for March 9th. It is currently in theaters, but
we have a bunch of right stuff. I don't know why you're doing that one.
Are you serious? Did they add a whole bunch more?
Yeah, we had the Funimation site and.
I looked at a whole bunch of stuff, and I thought that I only saw these. Cat Returns.
Yeah.
So they're finally putting out non-Miyazaki steelbooks?
Yeah.
Now, question. Do I buy those?
Dude, we saw this last time.
We didn't cover Funimation site. We didn't talk about One Piece going to the Blu-ray DVD combo packs and
all that
stuff down right there.
Oh, okay. All right. So this got added in. Okay. Yeah. Well, I would have had all these open. So where do I start? Phantasy Star Online?
Is that the one where I can create that character?
Yes.
Type 1 or type 2.
Yep.
Take your pick.
I hope that's canonical in the anime.
Gunslinger,
well, damn it. You're a human type 2, and I'm a human type 1. We're meant to be together.
Yeah, we can make this.
We can't bathe in the same room.
All right.
Oh, the One Piece.
Fruit Basket, One Piece, Buffery. Next page. Like these all went up the day after the podcast.
Loading so fast.
Ooh, Goblin Slayer movie. I should get my hands on that.
Did we cover the Sentai slate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, that Buffery lost the.
We didn't catch the My Buddha re-release, did we?
We did not. Was it up here though?
On a earlier page.
Okay.
Because that's how right stuff works, apparently.
Yeah. They don't.
Well, then I'm not going to even worry about it. There's that To Love Ru title cover I tried not to show.
Yeah.
Phantasy Star Online episode, Online 2 episode Oracle Part 1 Blu-ray. That's not a mouthful at all.
Sentai released Phantasy Star Online 2 anime. So This is like the...
what functionality on this site?
So what is this? Oh my god. So this is like, I don't know, a sequel to that? Yeah?
Spin-off?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's weird that Funimation has a not Sentai. I don't know.
Whatever.
And sub only, it says.
Is it the company that is also now sandwiched in Funimation? What do they call it? Funimation Global Brand or whatever that now owns Crunchyroll under? Is it weird? So Black Clover.
The irrelevant edition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want this fucking shit. I just want this so bad. I'm just gonna wait until it all comes out, and then I'll pay like $1,000 on eBay for it.
Or you can do what I'm doing now, which is I'm gonna get the art box, and then when 2 months later they release the complete third season edition, I'll buy that.
You're cheap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're rewarding my. They reward your what is it? What's the word? Your patronage with, screwing you in a month after you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're fans of cucking people, so.
If I remember right, the series was released as a combo pack, and this is Blu-ray only, so that's kind of sucks.
Blu-ray plus digital.
Yeah, get wrecked, scrub.
Yeah, but they've been planning this for a while. They're ready to just do Blu-ray.
Most people don't want screen caps.
They still release DVDs on some of them, like One Piece and My Hero Academia, and like
they're super
popular stuff.
Well, that's how they started releasing.
Do anything that's too expensive, though. Asteroids in Love, Dragon Ball Z Season 9 Steelbook. Damn, they've gone through the whole thing, right?
Well, yeah, they put it like 3 in their first, like when they first announced them. The second one they put out like 2 or something. In what way?
How shitty these lines look.
I see 3060p, so it all looks equally the same.
At least they got what's it like? Was it Gogeta or Vegito or whatever's the
Vegito?
It says Vegito.
So in the Broly video, when I talk about how the lines looked on the big screen, imagine this, but then also imagine it where like the line was kind of like gray on the outside of the stroke, and it was just ugly as shit. I have to address.
Oh, it is Vegito. There you go.
Wait, there's a lot of comments here I didn't address yet. There's an RPG game on the Game Boy called Sword of Hope that was released in Swedish, and they translated open chest to open breast. Huh. Maybe that's where Open Chest Anime Podcast came from. Hey, I said it once. I'll say it before again. Whatever Kenichi Sonoda wants to do with the title Open Chest Anime Pod, I'm going to roll with it. All right.
He just opened someone's rib cage.
Yeah, I'm going to roll with it. So. Credit card leaked. Oh, is my credit card on here?
On the back of your phone.
You showed like the last digit when you did the selfie, and you're gonna show it again.
If you guys look at the bulge and you find out what it is, you deserve it.
You just
with the 144p version of this. I didn't know about Sword of Hope on Game Boy. I did play Metroid and Zelda, though. Nintendo's first-party games are usually great on any platform. True. I wonder how accurate China's ID system is. I remember reading sci-fi where there was a huge black market for IDs. Basically, nobody used their real identity. Yeah, and the thing is that the facial recognition system has proven that we aren't actually racist because they can't tell Chinese. Remember when the iPhone had the new iPhone that you hold it up to your face and it unlocks for you? Did somebody all it worked for every Chinese person, independent. Like,
oh my god!
Did somebody blink?
Hey, Greenlight 743 here. Change my name to I'm so horny when the time comes. I got you. Yeah. For the name change thing. Yeah. By the way, Greenlight 743. I don't know if you've seen the last podcast thumbnail, but so last podcast I dropped Violet Evergarden, and Greenlight 743 said use that as the thumbnail. So I'm in the thumbnail, and it is from that exact moment. Just so you know, I did you good there.
We need to. The investors need to know that we're doing the right thing.
Merry Christmas, man. All right, so back to
see you, Seb.
Back to this. Yeah, so I don't know if it's going to look this bad, or I wouldn't say it looks bad here. This looks really bad to me, like janky and pixelated for some reason.
It could be the terrible image they put up.
It could be because this doesn't look nearly as bad. It's still like kind of vast, but
this should be Majin Vegeta and not just Super Saiyan Vegeta.
Majita.
He should have the M on his forehead because they were following the brick set cover.
Oh no!
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying
inconsistency.
This is the only one that they fucked up on because season 8 DVD has Majin Vegeta and this one just has because like season 7 had Piccolo. It's like people say, "Oh, who's gonna be on season 7?" It's gonna be Piccolo because he's on.
Let me just copy this because I need an N and a B key. We can find it in the 247 results. Okay.
You gotta unclick. You gotta unclick Blu-ray.
No, because I'm looking for both.
Oh.
I'm looking for both. Do they not have the orange brick sets anymore?
No.
Well, son of a bitch.
I mean, they should have it. Or maybe it's one word.
I can tell you based off memory, I'm pretty sure it's also Majin Vegeta.
Well, I just want to see what they are. I mean, I could probably just pull it up on Amazon. Dear God.
Yeah, just make sure you don't dox your postal code. Or sorry, you guys have zip codes.
I did that, yeah.
Hey, here what the fuck? Why did this not come up? It's spelled the same way.
Okay, you didn't spell it Z.
Season 1, Season 2.
Dragon Ball, 3, yeah. Oh, there it is, yeah. I found it.
Season 4, Season 5, Season 6. Where's Season 7? Season 7, Season 8, and Season 9. Okay.
Yep, it's got the M.
Okay. So, now, let's look at the Blu-rays.
The Steelbook ones.
Yes.
And
God damn it, come on.
It's 1-to-1 for each of them except for number 8.
Do you think I have to have Heidel adult on for Dragon Ball Z searches? Oh, yeah, because of those figures of fucking Android 18 looking like a complete whore.
Okay.
How dare you?
Okay, just look up Steelbook. Just look up Steelbook.
Here's the thing, though. I don't have a B key.
Oh.
So I'm going to type in this, and I'm going to look like a total fool when I type this in a second time.
Steel Dragon Ball
Z. B.
Private chat.
Santa, are you listening? I need a new keyboard.
There, I put it in the private chat.
I got
Copy
it.
Steel. I got it. Okay.
Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4. Why are these not in order? Season 5, Season 6, Season 7, Season 8, Season 9. Okay, so now what we got to do is
Season 1 DVD. So we got Season regular Vegeta.
Okay, hold on. I got this. Just give me a second. 1.
And it's not the same image, obviously, but
yeah. I just want to see it. Oh my god, you're ruining the reveal. Oh god, why is this so much harder than it needs to be?
You're going too fast. We can't follow it.
I'm getting them ready.
Okay.
What have I done? How did I fuck this up? Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, Season 1, Season 1, Season 2, Season 2, Season 3, Season 3, Season 4, Season 4, Season 5, Season 5, Season 6. Okay, how did I fuck it up? Where did Season 6 go? Season 8, Season 7, Season 6. There we go. Season 7. Oh, fuck you. Don't do that to me. Season 9, Season 8. Did I not get... For fuck's sake. All right, there we go. We're good now. Okay, Season 1, Vegeta. It looks ass on this too. Season 1 Vegeta. Season 1 Vegeta. Same armor. Obviously not the same pose. All right, we don't look. Season 2 Goku. Almost the same pose. I think he's got the different symbol though. Yeah, he does. Not the same. There you go, Reese. Frieza. That one is actually
identical.
Almost the same image.
Yeah.
Literally, it's like the next frame where he lifts it slightly higher. Like
it's a bigger ball, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's because the ball, they just did that in post. That's not from the show. Little, like, fucking lens flare ball. Yeah. Trunks.
That was a joke.
Trunks, God, that looks like trash. You could. This is a good image of Trunks, and then a trash image of Trunks. Cell. Super Saiyan Goku. Oh, hold on.
You did it again.
Okay, Super Saiyan Goku. I see. Okay, Piccolo. Are you autistic, Reese? How do you even notice that they were doing that?
What? I was like, we discussed it when they first brought it up.
Okay.
That's why they had Vegeta the first one. I was like, wait, why did they have Vegeta
the thing, though, is in Season 8, he is Super Saiyan Vegeta before he's Majin Vegeta.
Yeah, but that's still... He's supposed to be Majin Vegeta for the cover. Come on.
Unacceptable. Same image. Same image.
It looks like one's squished or stretched.
Yeah. They're so lazy. All right.
It's like they couldn't make up their mind whether they wanted it to be the exact same or different.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's great that...
Let's make it the same and different at once.
Yeah.
Whoa! There we go. Jesus.
Something like that.
Okay. Attack on Titan Season 3 Blu-ray.
Okay, so this I got a bone to pick about.
Because no slipcover?
Because no slipcover.
And it's not
and
DVD.
Also, it's the Blu-ray only. So if you got the Season 1, there's a Blu-ray only, but there's also a Funimation Shop Blu-ray DVD combo for all of Season 1, which was a fat pack. And then Season 2, which is Blu-ray DVD combo, but with a slipcover. And then this Season 3 collection, Blu-ray only, no slipcover. So it's fucking over anybody who did not buy the first initial releases.
In other words, there's no good way to buy it.
Okay. Reese.
The whole thing.
Well, the only good way to buy it is to buy the standard editions like I did.
Reese.
You're just explaining how it's not suddenly.
Reese. Season 4 is the final season. There will be a box set of this whole show.
Oh, God damn it, you're right.
That's true. That's inevitably true.
And if it has an art box, then I'll be like, great, now all my separate art boxes
then there will be,
are all for
there
nothing.
will be a Boogie Woogie box next year as well.
And also, this is going back to the our discussion about a certain scientific railgun or index or whatever. The new seasons are going to be re-released like this instead of the combo pack, fat packs like you had.
Oh no,
Oh,
the
God.
true
Just like
form
what I
of
was saying.
cucking will be achieved.
That's
However, I shall make a custom art box when the time comes. Or I could
There you
just
go.
buy these and
But yeah,
send.
but you have to buy the individual versions instead of waiting for a complete collection.
It'll be slightly more cuckening, but oh well, it's better than no slipcase.
At least you get a slipcover and a combo pack instead of Blu-ray only without a
The only
without a
reason I
slipcover.
care about the combo pack here is because it's consistent with the other releases, really. Otherwise, I'm usually for Blu-ray only, whatever.
Right. Moving on.
Fruits Basket Season 2 Part 2 Blu-ray.
And
Fruits
there's
Basket
the
Season
Rocks
2 Part 2
edition.
Limited Edition. Yeah,
The thing that I'm so pissed off about or torn about is that I've already committed so hard because I have like half of the rock set. There's supposed to be 12, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, I can't just not buy the rocks.
I think you could. I bet you could sell on eBay for almost the price of the limited edition, just
the rocks. Well, the thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first one of these is already out of print and probably desirable. So that's the other reason I'm like, damn it, I should get the rocks edition. So then, when I hate it, I can sell it.
The rock the fruit basket edition.
Basically.
Why is this character like exposing her bra like under her? Oh, I'm getting a call. Hold on, I gotta go real quick.
All
so
right.
what if? Let's get back to there. We go.
Yeah, the limited edition for part 1 is out of print.
Yeah. So what have you been watching this last week, FDDNM?
Holy crap! 369 new. This is a previous price point, and then 400. What have I been watching? Yesterday, I started Monogatari, as you saw from my screen cap I sent you. What was that?
That was okay. I didn't know what that was from.
The character he had this great like facial expression and everything, and God, he said he had such a simple, overt line that I'm like, this is too stupid sounding out of context. It's great. Comments on that. Let's see. There's I forgot about how this is the show that barrages you with text. Yeah. Like there's so many subtitles. And it's only I'm talking about the text that comes on screen when they flash like a novel in front of you and stuff.
It's blank and you miss it. You basically have to have your face glued to the screen the entire time, apparently.
However, the thing is the Japanese also view it that way. They see a bunch of text for like 0.5 of a second and then it's gone. And so it's just like, whatever, I just ignore that. I don't care. Kill themselves. I mean...
So, let's find out if Sentai actually took out the stuff that I didn't ask them to take out, that they took out because they can't read.
Was that them on the phone?
Makes a better opener than you would have thought.
Oh,
I need to be full screen for the purpose of thumbnails that aren't going to be.
Yeah, so based on the price
I can
point,
show the Monster Musume Steelbook. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can show it actually. Monster Musume Steelbook, Beyond the Beyond G Steelbook, and Ajin. I can finally watch the OADs.
The odes. An ode to Ajin.
And if I wanted to watch with the new voice actor, I could, but that shit, the Japanese one. Let's see.
Don't dox yourself.
Mr. Tonagawa and Space Brothers. Quantity 1. Packed 1.
What?
Thanks.
Oh, I guess they marked it off before you change your order.
Yeah, somebody ran down. They're like, "Wait!" Like the guy who read the thing, literally read just the 2 titles, and he's like, he runs out of the office. Wait! Stop shipping! Presses. He wants to cancel these.
Like all of this is happening at RHYS, by the way.
Yes.
Someone from Sentai goes all the way over there and says, "Stop the presses."
Yeah, so since they took that out, I guess I'm just going to get cucked on that bigger price. What was this in reference to? I did. Oh, you noticed it. You probably noticed the
Okay.
The Dragon Ball stuff. Right on. Okay, so I'm sure you guys already covered it.
I'll have to get the Rocks edition, whether I like it or not, because it's going to be an investment.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's gonna appreciate like gold and not trash.
This is one of those things that are going to like back when I started collecting, I looked back on like all these editions that I missed out. Like, let's say for example the Negima, how there was like 6 individual limited edition volumes. Like one of those things that I'd be really pissed off. I'd be like, oh really? Well, to be fair, I wouldn't be pissed off that I wouldn't get the Rocks edition.
I gotta interrupt you for 2 seconds. Tonegawa is still $8.99 on Sentai.
Yeah, I know. I could still send it back, but at this point, if I were to send it back and then buy the $8.99 one, I won't get free shipping. So therefore, I have to then buy more stuff.
Hey. Buy me a copy of Tonegawa, and then we're screwed for the next amount of money.
Greenline 743 says the thumbnail. Like, he noticed the thumbnail. Good. I'm glad you liked it. All right. So yeah, One Piece Season 11 Part 1, Blu-ray DVD.
So it looks like it's a DVD height. So they're clearly going along with
damn, One Piece is going on so long, they're all old men now.
Yes. No. The thing is, what is it? They don't want to burn the people that have been buying it from the DVDs in the half season, I'll call these.
That is very surprising.
Yeah, the thing is, what was that other show?
They just want to charge you slightly more?
This is just a complete... I hate this format where they're like, yeah, let's release this super long series, like 12 episodes at a time. Right. I'm sure...
Yeah.
I hate how they're still releasing it when they have collections, which are so much better. The 26 episode...
I'm glad you pointed that out. This is the same price as the DVD-only version, so that's insane.
Actually, it's probably because it's a ripoff already for people to buy it in this format. So the thing is, what is it? I'm gonna assume that when the collections come out, they'll have likely like a DVD only and then a Blu-ray only collection.
No.
Unless they just want to axe the DVD altogether, and they'll do what they do with the Attack on Titan.
So what I'm thinking they're gonna do is, because this and the set before will be a collection. They're gonna have the final DVD collection is gonna have 3 sets in it, so that they can have this collection and the next one, and just start with Blu-ray only going forward for the collections. That's what I think they're gonna do.
3 sets in one?
It'll be 6. It'll be 6 dicks in a collection.
6 dicks in a collection.
It'll be 6 discs in a collection instead of 4 discs in a collection for the final DVD only collection, and then they'll start with Blu-ray only collections going forward.
Will the Blu-ray only one be like 3 sets in one then? I mean, I approve of that.
It'd be going back to the two sets, because instead of having like half the collection be Blu-ray DVD only and then the other half be Blu-ray only.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Because this set is going to be in the middle of a collection if they keep doing 2 sets per collection.
Now, my question, well, actually, sorry, not my question. What I was going to say is an update to the whole HD thing. So I checked Crunchyroll, and apparently the ones that aren't like remaster whatever blahs is at 207. They have like native HD One Piece, which is weird because I think it came out in 2005, which HD wasn't a standard then. It was like in its infancy. Toei must have really been on it, I guess. But,
Astro resident.
Oh, actually, that would be a good idea. The thing is, the first 206 episodes, all on Crunchyroll, have a quote HD re-release or whatever, where they essentially did the Dragon Ball Z treatment, where they chopped off the top and bottom, and then they upscaled it, but it looks pretty good. So technically speaking, they can release the whole thing on Blu-ray. I hope that they learned from their Dragon Ball kerfuffle that they just make it not chopped off.
Yeah.
But yeah, exciting things in store for One Piece, hopefully.
So the news that I got just now on the phone means that I have to go to 7-Eleven at some point tonight and get food for tomorrow, because I thought I was going with the owner of the company, and I don't eat when I'm with that guy because obviously I have to keep moving But now it looks like I'm gonna not have that, so I'm gonna have to go get some food, which means I'm gonna have to cut our One Piece discussion short for now and move on to Bofuri. Bofuri, I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. Has a Blu-ray, and
this is the one where it had that line where it was like, "Oh man, I really took a pounding out there."
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Okay.
and then they changed it to like, "I'm so happy" instead of happy or some shit like that. Some really stupid line. I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed. I think this is a much better cover.
Yeah.
But I still want to see this, and probably will get this.
The thing is
that it's season 1, and I'm going to be like, oh, great, I got to keep buying this shit.
Yeah, there's going to be there's a season 2 already planned. So
yeah. Anyway, anybody have anything else to say about Bofuri?
I just think this is the one like that I thought sounds uninteresting as an isekai concept.
I don't think it's going to be great, but I'll still watch it. I'm going to give it a shot. Anyway. Official Totoro reclining sofa makes naps on the Ghibli star's tummy a real life option. And my wife was noting, does it sing? Because why are there like fucking... Anyway.
All right, you sit on it and it has that really loud belch.
Yes, that warrants a music note. Evangelion sleeping bag entry plug is the best place to spend the winter. Moving on. One Piece's iconic characters get fresh new looks in Bandai's Buster Call collection. So I got to tell you, I looked at this picture of Nami for way too long before I figured out what the fuck was going on with her ribs area. Right, looks a little weird, right?
That's her rib, isn't it?
No, it's her hand.
What am I looking at?
I looked at it for so fucking long before I scrolled down to see this. It's her right arm. It's like blending in. They see on this one you can see the black goes up here because they took it from a
sticking out so much.
Yeah. Oh god. Anyway, here's Monkey D. Luffy, also known as Chunky Monkey. Chunky D. Luffy. That's the name that's the name they gave him in high school. Anyway.
Pirate High School, I should mention.
All right. Japanese masturbatory aid maker Tenga unloads its biggest gift ever.
Oh, God.
Once again, so nobody wanted to take credit for this article. Made from pure gold and priced at 10 million yen. Oh, Japanese masturbatory aid manufacturer Tenga keeps coming out with marketing campaigns that are just as innovative and memorable as their lineup of self-pleasuring devices. Were you trying to say something, FDDNM?
Was I?
Okay. Nobody was? Anybody want to say something? Old man says Bofuri was okay. Bofuri was pretty much middle of the road, not terrible, but pretty predictable. Random 11 sent me a link, which I did type in, B keys and all. I'm going
to assume that's the Adventure Time thing.
Yeah, if you can get me the actual episode that's from, I will throw it in our repertoire of things that we can just click on to make the podcast less unbearable. Yeah, so memorable as their lineup of self-pleasuring devices. Their latest campaign is said to be the, quote, biggest gift ever in the history of the company.
The biggest load ever.
As they're now offering customers the chance to win a product that looks like one of their vacuum cups, only it's made out of 99.99% gold and valued at a whopping 10 million yen, or basically just under $100,000 US. The new Golden Tenga is actually a cleverly designed tissue case.
Wow.
Okay, so I don't understand how this works because I mean maybe if it's like a wipes, like butt wipes or something, you know, because like I don't know any tissues that are in a shape. It's like you're gonna have to buy your tissues from now on from Tenga.
That's probably the idea.
That's how
we're gonna get that $100,000 back from you one way or another.
You have to fight to make that gold Tenga investment worthwhile.
The new Golden Tenga is actually a cleverly designed tissue case, so you can enjoy a, quote, premium time even after enjoying a premium Tenga. Nod, nod, wink, wink. Crafted by Satoru. Seriously, really? You needed a guy to craft this? You couldn't 3D print?
Like the base model that you have of everything else?
The word Tenga in it? Crafted by Satoru Kawano, a goldsmith who's produced unusual works for a number of collaborations. I mean, no links to other articles? Come on. The Golden Tenga tissue case.
They probably couldn't link the gold-plated dildo.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to have an article about that. But
I mean, they called it gold member. They had a pretty bad time with New Line Cinema for that one.
The Golden Tenga tissue case will be presented to the winner on a quote red cushion of happiness inside a beautiful wooden display box, and we gotta say the design is really something.
Yep,
it's so fucking shiny.
It's not the
only. It's not the only gold prize on offer. As one other winner will be able to receive this gold necklace.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Okay. I know what they're trying to go for here. Like nobody under the age of 18.
But it looks like no one who's 18 or over can enter.
But when I look at this, it's like if you're 18, you're too old. The prizes are being offered to mark the renewal of the premium Tenga, which is now joined by 4 new premium items, which went on sale on the 17th of December. Imagine in Japan that the best way to market your product is to spend over $100,000 making a golden freaking version of your product that you're just gonna give away.
Marketing at its finest.
And in case you'd like to know how to use them, check out the video below. Tenga, make masturbation great again. Oh, God. The competitions are only open to people over the age of 18 living in Japan.
No.
So if that's right to you and you'd like to be running You'd like to be in the running. You'd like to be in the running to win the gold necklace. Head over to the official site and register as a member and sign up for email.
Register as a sex offender.
Yeah, it's for the gold necklace. The no one over 18 necklace.
Wait,
actually, hold on.
Did I miss something? So is only the necklace the prize, not the?
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Both of them are.
Oh, they're both prizes.
Here. No. So you have to head over to the site to register as a member to sign up for email updates. If you'd like to enter the competition for the tissue case, you have to follow the official Twitter account and retweet the tweet below.
So it's 2 separate competitions.
Yes.
Kind of.
Oh, sweet.
Applications close on the 31st of March, and winners will be contacted in late April. Tenga also notes that winners are expected to use their prizes as they are and not sell them or melt them down for cash. Because after all, the effort they go to recreate titillating prizes for their loyal customers. God.
It's so hard making a mold that can, withstand the gold.
Yeah, it really would be a shame to see them go to waste on someone who wouldn't appreciate them. I mean, well, I'm just going to go ahead and retweet this right now. When it comes to the, where do you live in Japan? That proxy shipping place over there. That's
that one.
All right, we're doing it. Follow, retweet. There you go.
People are just gonna like see.
If I ever get the gold play button, this is gonna be behind me from now on.
Saferist follows Tenga. Oh my.
Well, if I don't win, I can unfollow them.
No, you're in it for life.
Tenga, Booby, listen to me.
There you are.
Listen, Tenga. If I win, that Tenga will be in the back of every one of my videos from now on.
Oh shit!
So make it worth your while.
Yeah.
And I'll fucking wear the damn necklace. All right, just give me both, bitch.
So you gotta follow and retweet that. Okay, done.
All right, this is just linking back to the swimsuit models.
If I win it, I'll send it to you for your birthday.
Wow. Not everybody gives me Promise Neverland and $100,000 in gold. All right, so
technically,
I'm just saying because I can't legally have assets over $2,000.
Right. I'll be honest with you. If somebody gave that to me, I might have to pay taxes on it. Don't gold medalists have to pay taxes on their gold medals?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you're not melting it down, RHYS. It would be Brad melting it down and selling it, right?
I'm not planning to sell it. It's going in the backdrop to my video.
You can hollow it out so it only weighs like
dude.
It's already fucking hollow. It's like gold on top.
Where's the money in it? Why is it 100,000 if it's only like a plating?
It's not a plating. No, he's saying it's hollow because it contains the tissue. Like it's open in the middle for tissues.
Yeah.
He's saying it's not a gold bullion, but it's hollow.
Well,
right?
just chip away, like thin it out on the inside until it's worth only
I see
like
what you're saying. You're telling me. You're telling me to use the old Jewish method of shaving off.
I'm saying you get the best of both worlds. You have the Tenga to represent and sponsorship, but you also don't have to pay taxes on it.
But then you gotta defile it.
Yeah, defile it with a file.
No, I think he told me I have to file it, right? To shave off.
You have to defile. No, you have to defile it. You have to. Defile the Tenga.
That's for the So if I get
a real Tenga,
yes, I'll create an OnlyFans just for you. Price of joining my OnlyFans is whatever the taxes on that are. Japanese department store officially apologizes for English poster calling Kyoto the world's enemy. Takashimaya.
What the hell? We covered this.
So they finally apologized for it.
Oh.
Takashimaya still seems a little fuzzy on correct English, though. 2020 has beset humanity with one crisis after another, and last month it seemed like we'd finally found the root of the problem. No, it wasn't a virus, divisive political stance, or even natural disaster that was out to get us. It was the city of Kyoto itself. Save the world from Kyoto. Rising again, save the world from Kyoto, Japan, right? At least that's the message being inadvertently sent by Japanese department store chain Takashimaya's Kyoto branch in a lavishly large promotional poster. The intended meaning of "Let's save the world" and "This message is from Kyoto" was instead interpreted by many as "Let's save the world by protecting it from Kyoto." Thanks to some shaky English grammar and less than ideal layout, which looked like this, right? We already read it. Okay. To save the world from Japan. The Save the World from Kyoto, Japan poster seen in the photo was put up on the north side of Takashimaya building October 5th, blah, blah, blah. We already covered this. Okay, here we go. They quietly removed the poster on November 9th, and this week, it finally addressed the situation directly by posting the following statement on their website. Recently, from October 5th to November 9th, a poster was posted on a construction wall on the north side of our Kyoto store along Shijodori Road with English text which read, "Rising again, save the world from Kyoto, Japan." To convey our intended meaning, a comma needs to be inserted between world and from. and omitting it resulted in the incorrect English phrasing. Because of this, many people who saw the poster, as well as those who were involved in its creation and posting, were made to feel uncomfortable, and we deeply apologize. In the future, we will be taking an increased amount of care in producing our advertising materials. We humbly ask for your forgiveness.
It's a good thing that they said that they announced they're doing that instead of that being the obvious, default factor.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. Like, people are so uptight that you're actually made uncomfortable by that statement. Like, how dare you? My abusive ex-boyfriend was named Kyoto, Japan, right? Like, considering that anyone English savvy enough to spot the mistake would also be able to immediately tell the Kyoto is the bad guy meaning wasn't intentional, saying that it made people who saw it feel uncomfortable seems like kind of a stretch, unless we're counting belly aches from laughing too much. Still, in Japan, when you apologize with the utmost earnestness. And it's likely the snickering was genuinely embarrassing to some people who are peripherally involved in the gap. So it's saying that it made them uncomfortable because other people were making fun of how stupid they are.
Shit.
Let's see. However, while Takashimaya's heart is in the right place with
wanting to destroy
their pledge to take more care in their ad design, they still might not have the firmest grasp on what went wrong. Simply adding a comma between world and from gave us this: save the world from Kyoto, Japan. Right? But the grammar pronunciation isn't exactly perfect here either. For starters, if we're handing out commas, there should also be one between Kyoto and Japan. Save the world from Kyoto, Japan. And while there's some wiggle room when using from, we might also want to have a comma between the sign-off and the writer's name, like we would here. Thank you for reading Sora News 24. You are awesome and smell nice too. Sincerely, Cassie. So yeah, so it should be like, come to think of it, maybe Takashimaya wasn't trying to frame Save the World as a message from the city of Kyoto, but as a call to action for people in Kyoto specifically to take the first the world-saving action, right? Save the world starting in Kyoto, Japan. All right. This was a terrible gaffe of an article to read. And that's not even getting into the weird capitalization choices in the original version, where every word except from is capitalized, and Japan is rendered in all caps. The original version, one more time for reference. Yep, but hey, at least Takashimaya now realizes this poster could have used at least one more draft. And honestly, we've seen weird English mistakes in Japan, which I will click on temporarily just to find out what this is. Near the broil with salt. Okay. Italian windworm salad. Okay, these are not something I'm going to waste my time on, if that's how you go. Former Gynex president sentenced to 2 years in prison for sexual assault. So this article.
Takiano? No.
No. We covered this guy before, Tomohiro, Maki Tomohiro, remember? I'm showing you this article because there's a photo, and I wanted to remind you what this guy looked like. Before going on to the Crunchyroll article that I will read, which is short and sweet and to the point, but warning, the following story discusses sexual harassment and assault. So, like... if your ex-abusive boyfriend was Kyoto, Japan, I hope you've already left. So yeah, the ex-Gynex president Maki Tomohiro sentenced to more than 2 years in prison for indecent assault. Japanese legal website attorney.com, that's actually what it's called, attorney.com, revealed today that former Gynex president Maki Tomohiro, who was arrested last December for, quote, semi-forced indecent assault against a woman in her late teens,
semi-chub,
has been formally sentenced to 2 years and 6 months prison time by the Tokyo District Court. Tomohiro was the current president of the anime studio Gynax at the time of his arrest. But stepped down on December 27, 2019, handing the reins to the people associated with Studio Kara, Trigger, and Kadokawa. So it seems weird to me.
And this is the reason we actually are able to license it now? Question mark? Sorry, Ava.
Yeah. I was going to say, it seems weird to me. Gynax had that falling out that caused Studio Kara and Studio Trigger and Studio Gyna to get created. And then when the president decides to take nude photos of women under his employ, then all of a sudden, well, Studio Kara, Trigger, and now Kadokawa are back in, boys. Like, so the term semi-forced is a legal term in Japan that refers to being in a position unable to resist due to various circumstances, such as being unconscious or threatened. During her testimony, the unnamed victim, speaking through her lawyer, said that, quote, "The defendant asked me to take dirty pictures so he could sell me as a voice actress. I don't know why you need to be seen to be a voice actress. I don't know how it all worked, but I was told that it was necessary for marketing. So I agreed to the filming and massage, even though I didn't want to." I'm sorry. Did he massage you, or did you massage him, first of all? Because, look, I'll buy it. Look, I don't know how it all worked, but I was told it was necessary for him to take topless photos of me for marketing. Okay. But you have to massage the guy? Like, this is where she's like, I don't think this is legit, right? Anyway. Even though I didn't want to. According to the victim, Tomohiro claimed it was a necessary part of the job. The lawyer for the victim has asked the media to refrain from identifying the victim, to not spread unwanted attention on her or cause her more undue stress. The lawyer stated that they, quote, "will proceed with legal action to protect their honor and privacy if her identity is revealed." I like it, the legal threat in there, like, if you reveal my client, so help me God, I will bury you. Like, there were times when I, the victim, refused, but there were also times when I had no choice.
Said that when I, the victim, were.
Well, that's in parentheses, so you know that's who's talking in this quote. There were times when the victim refused, but there were also times when she had no choice but to accept because she was led by his words, whatever that means. I think his act is a terrible and despicable act that exploits people's feelings. Again, just to remind you what this guy looked like. I feel like I might need to also bring up a picture of Harvey Weinstein, right? It's a terrible and despicable act that exploits people's feelings. The victim relayed through her lawyer during the trial. We reported in December 2019 that 4 incidents occurred between February 6th and 23rd, 2019, while Tomohiro was the president of the Gainax International Voice Actors School, alongside being the managing director of Gainax, where he brought a female student from the voice acting school into an apartment and took naked photos of her upper body at least 4 times. The apartment was contracted by the voice acting school to be a woman's dormitory for the students studying there. Hello, tiny child.
Uh-oh.
They're shooting stars outside?
We can't see it.
You can't see it?
It
Okay.
goes back home.
It went back home?
I played on this phone.
I think she's going insane.
You're gonna have a treat.
She's just a kid.
I mean, if you want to have a screen, that was screen cap worthy. I mean,
Well, we'll see.
351.
That's if.
Thank you, Chloe. Closing that. Thank you.
Yeah,
That
for
probably
your
would be-
thumbnail in the Switch.
Yeah.
Unless you're one
Yeah.
of those people that, for some reason, censor their children's face on social media. I'm not
Yeah, put
quite
the black
sure.
bars over the eyes.
Or they put emojis. They put emojis or something over their faces, and I'm like, I don't get it. Is there some like criminal thing about posting?
She's
your...
on the stream. Like, what's it? The post
There you go.
after the fact.
You should put an emoji over your daughter's eyes or something in the thumbnail, just to poke
All
fun
right.
at that.
I see it. Thank you. 3 hours 51. Thank you for reminding me. I do need to find all the other parts that need to compile.
I got that one for you at least.
All right, I appreciate it. 3 hours 51 minutes. Okay, so back to it. She brought the female student, dormitory, blah, blah, multiple reports. At least 4 times. The apartment was contracted by the voice acting school to be a women's dormitory for the students studying there. Multiple incident reports were reported to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department at the time the crime occurred in February. Tomohiro was later promoted to president of Gainax in October 2019. So, yes, okay. So this happened in February. Then he gets promoted, right, in October. Tomohiro denied the charges when questioned by police at the time of the arrest and continued to claim throughout the trial that the photos were, quote, necessary for business. So I'll say this.
Well, that's the wrong defense.
Look, let me just tell you guys, and I think we've already covered this enough, this particular story. My gut, the guy's guilty of sin, right? Like, this is horribly wrong for this guy to do.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously. I'm not, even though I think it's kind of funny how it's phrased and stuff. I mean, clearly the girl was a victim. But on the one hand, I will say, like, I'm kind of interested in the strategy in Japan of having your lawyer speak for you and not letting your accused even know who you are, right? I'm glad that America, you have a right to face your accuser, right? It's kind of an interesting idea, though, because in this particular case, imagine that the guy has to think, well, shit.
Which one was it?
15 girls that did this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of an interesting strategy. Like, I have to say, I'm interested now in Japanese.
Get them to out more victims.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, you could see, because, like, let's say it's like a sting operation, right? So, like, you come forward, you know about one girl who came to the police, you don't know about the other girls, so you do this, and then the guy starts contacting the other girls, and you're like tapping his phone lines and stuff, finding out who he's calling and threatening and stuff. Like, you better not be you, right? All that stuff. So it's an interesting concept, and it also kind of forces him into this role of it was all for business, right? And I love this because it's like, all right, prove that it was used for promotional work or whatever. He's got to pull out, well, it's a common thing. Look at the 50,000 girls I took photos of, you know? Like, I got to say, like, it's kind of a devious ploy. Like, it's a brilliant move how they've handled it and how he's, like, walked into this trap. So I kind of can't wait to see, because he's been sentenced to 2 years in prison, right? It's more than 2 years in prison for indecent assault. So I think it's kind of funny, because it's like, imagine that they find him guilty of this, right? He has been found guilty of doing this. Then in his attempt to prove that he's innocent, he's like, no, look, I took a picture of her and her and her. It's like the count's just like 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, right? You know, it just keeps going up. He took her upstairs, took her top off, and gave her a tea party and took pictures of her smile. Yeah, that's how I heard it. That's what let the record show. You know? That's how like his photos of like them sipping tea, you know. But the thing is, like, he's taking the photos in the dormitory, right, in the apartment, and it's like no special lighting. It's probably like he's probably like, oh yeah, click, you know, like he's probably doing it with his own phone or something instead of. I mean, if he was bringing in, you know, like the tripod and like he's like underneath it, and he's got the bowl, like, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be different. Maybe he could get away with it a little bit longer if he went to those lengths.
If he had like a female assistant with him.
Yeah, like an accomplice. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them do. Look at what's his name, the guy
Weinstein? Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a female accomplice.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone commented on one of my videos that one of the characters in the show I was reviewing was with Epstein or something. He witnessed it himself.
Oh,
it was a joke, obviously. She works for Epstein, and then she's like, wait.
Aaron Yeager's mom had evidence that would put Hillary Clinton behind bars, kind of a comment?
Basically. But then he's like, wait, hold on. the boy is how old? Because he's a 5th
Oh,
grader, right? So it's like
so
she's
Green-
the pedophile.
Greenline 743 said, this is me saying this. He took her upstairs, took her top off, and then my daughter walks in, gave her a tea party, and took pictures of her smile. I got you. All right, so finishing this off, we've only got a couple articles left, and we're going to skip one because MCP Pants isn't here. That's the Aqua Teen Hunger Force reference. All right. Anyway, so Gainax is run by a board of directors that consist of Yuko Takaishi from Kadokawa, Atsushi Moriyama from King Records, and Yoshiki Usa, vice president of Studio Trigger. The president of Gainax gets in trouble. Now you are run by a board of directors featuring the vice president of a competing studio that split off from you. And Yasuhiro Kamimura, rights manager for the Evangelion franchise through Groundworks, animator on Evangelion 3.0. So a rights holder for the series that you had to sub-license back out to Hideaki Anno in Studio Kara, who also animated. Or maybe the rights manager is the Studio Kara guy. That would make more sense, though, because they've got it now versus Gainax. Anyway, he serves as the representative director. So they replaced the entire board of directors on December 27, 2019, after the guy was arrested or whatever. Anyway, moving on.
That sounds like a coup to me.
Yeah, like a hostile takeover. That girl was in on it. That's why they won't say her name, and the lawyer's handling everything.
Yeah,
we're back in, boys.
You know, I'm not going to go that. It's kind of conspiracy theorist, but something like that might have happened, maybe.
So a part-time magician fails a vanishing act in evading crude Tosatsu crime. So Tosatsu is upskirt photos. Chiba police apprehend. What's up? No, not Tokusatsu. Every photo.
I knew those guys were massive perverts. Those Ultramen.
Okay, so Chiba police apprehended a cram school teacher who was also a part-time magician after he tried to film the undercarriage, I like how they phrase that, of a female high school student by using a camera from under the desk. His magician's mind clearly failing in thinking up something more discreet. The 41-year-old male teacher, who was employed at a specialty school in Funabashi City, made use of his smartphone to try and take perverse Tosatsu underneath the skirt of a 16-year-old female student. And after a laborious 3-hour duration, managed to successfully take a photo from under a desk when he was sat across from his victim. Disregarding his enviable persistence, the teacher admitted to the allegations, explained that he had been doing Tosatsu since November, and was quoted as saying, quote, "I thought it would be easy to film up the student's skirt since it was short." A poor schoolgirl noticed the teacher was acting strangely and visited a police station with her parents afterwards. The foul pervert was arrested on suspicion of violating a prefectural public nuisance ordinance. Yep, that's a suspicion there. I hope they find the photo on his damn phone. Teaching was not the only profession of the criminal, as they also worked as a magician under the name Daisuke Hyuga. I feel like we've talked about this guy before. The artist was
unsuccessful.
Pulling off a vanishing act to evade his sickening crime. So I want to search this
pretty funny.
See what he looks like. Oh yeah, these punchlines are sure landing. Thank you, Facebook. Yeah, so I love this. So his last post: if you contact the big senior in the pro world, I want you to practice with me next time. I'm gonna say it again, but I'm bad at the pro. said the reply. Bend the body to the handwriting and laugh. If you think about it, it's amazing that people who have been professional for over 30 years can say it. I think it's the person itself, including the feeling of not being stuck. Wow, let me see the original. Okay, there we go. Right, that was translate. I'm like, dear God.
That's
all right.
That's Google Translate for you.
As you might expect, they're sharing links in the comments. Now, you don't have to know a lot of Japanese to see 41, 16 sai no. What is this? Jushu kokosei. 16-year-old girl student, right? I wonder what this article's about.
I'd be interested.
Oh, apparently, I should.
Oh my!
You saw nothing. This is the guy. This is the guy taking photos. Dan. Does this guy kind of look like Andrew to you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's the Asian version.
Well, yeah. Definitely.
Well, I mean, in that particular photo with that hairstyle, sure,
like,
yeah.
It looks like Andrew.
Okay, well, to be fair, we haven't really seen him in a while, so we don't really know what he looks like.
He doesn't look like this anymore. We saw him at the last Anime Expo in 2019.
I don't remember what he looked like.
Yeah, our friend Andrew, who I did do a History of the Anime Collector segment with, kind of looks like this guy. And it's funnier because he always dressed up as Tuxedo Mask, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, a woman who called the trans woman a he has been cleared of charges as court labels act free speech. So this is amazing to me because I didn't know they had free speech in the UK. But apparently they do. A UK woman arrested in 2018 for calling a transgender woman a man has now been cleared of her charges after the decision was overturned, with the judges claiming that freedom of speech, quote, includes the right to offend. And sure to be shocking that this has occurred in the UK of all places.
Yeah.
Lord Justice Bean, God damn it. I found a photo of Mr. Bean as a judge that was supposed to pop up right here that I forgot to put in the thing. Anyway, Lord Justice Bean and Mr. Justice Warby, who were in charge of the case in the UK's Court of Appeal, explained that, quote, freedom only to speak inoffensively is not worth having. And free speech encompasses the right to offend and indeed to abuse another.
Holy shit, we should move to the UK.
No, yeah, be my guest. You might run into this monster.
Yeah. If anything, this is just going to be a temporary setback to their agenda.
Oh, yeah. Initially arrested in 2018 and charged in 2019, 40-year-old Kate Scotto, was taken into custody and found guilty under the 2003 Communications Act after she called trans woman Stephanie Hayden a man, a racist, and a pig in a wig on Twitter.
This is on Twitter.
Oh
what
my
fuck?
God! Yeah.
How'd they get away with that?
What the fuck?
A period of significant online abuse and misgendering that took place between September 2018 and last May. The alleged 47-year-old victim reported I hate this name, mean comments to the police, an act that UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson called an abuse of power.
Sentenced to 2 years for being mean.
Right, yeah. Scotto was dealt a 2-year conditional discharge and was instructed to shell out 1,000, is that euros, pounds? That's pounds, right? 1,000 pounds as compensation.
Yeah, that's pounds, I believe.
I always think it's euros because it kind of looks like an E.
Yeah.
Right? But we've had this conversation literally every single time that symbol comes up. So was instructed to shell out £1,000 as compensation as the judge proclaimed, quote, "Your comments contributed nothing to debate."
She got pounded 1,000 times.
"We teach children to be kind to each other and not to call each other names in the playground." Oh, dear God.
That's a pounds. That's a pound sign.
Yeah.
That's why
The charges were thankfully...
we are adults.
The charges, yeah, right. The charges were thankfully overturned, however, as justice. You know what we also used to teach children? Boys have a penis. I should have had that kindergarten cop segment ready. The charges were thankfully overturned, however, as Justice Warby noted that the portion of the Communications Act relevant to the case, quote, "were not intended by Parliament to criminalize forms of expression, the content of which is no worse than annoying or inconvenient in nature." The two judges involved in the appeal also mentioned that prosecutors had not obtained, quote, "all the contextual material for the offending messages and presented the case in a, quote, in a somewhat disorderly way." So here's the lady. Now I want to point something out here. The lady is 40. She's not a young, spry supermodel. But even though she's 40, she's still, like, obviously a woman and better looking than this individual. And I find it remarkably hilarious that when you're a trans woman, you still need to resort to a comb over. Am I the only one seeing it?
Yeah, it's there.
So here's the comments from Scotto and Hayden, respectively. Scotto says, "It was necessary to enshrine one of the most fundamental rights of every living being in a democratic society, the right to freedom of speech that is now routinely attacked." To which
They routinely attacked.
What's her name? Stephanie Hayden said, "This is a kick in the teeth to the entire LGBT community. How dare you be allowed to say things I don't like?"
I think let's take bets on how long those judges keep their positions. I'm not exactly sure how it works in the UK, but
did she get her 1,000 euros back?
Probably not.
Euros?
So here's the thing.
Pounds.
Here's the thing. Dan, I'm going to remind you of two things here. One major point. How long are they going to keep their position? You forget there are multiple ways to lose your position. Because when you die from being lynched by weirdos, you can't hold on to your position.
Right.
So that's the real question here.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They'll get Epstein out of their position.
Well, that may very well be. I wasn't specific on how they would lose their positions. I'm just saying, how long are they? Yeah, I have a funny feeling, one way or another, they will not be judges for much longer.
Look, I'll make my stance on this clear. I don't really have a problem with the gender. Like, I'm not going to use the made-up words. But if you're a guy and you're going to all the trouble to dress up as a woman and all that, it's like, especially if you're convincing, sure, I'll call you a she, like whatever,
Yeah.
But I kind of have the same philosophy here. Like, look, I'm personally pro-life, right? Like I don't believe in abortion as a means to solve my problems. Right. Mm-hmm. But I would be honestly, society is totally okay with murder when it's state sanctioned or, war or whatever. Like, we're totally okay with murder in different situations. I'd be totally okay with abortion for everybody else if they would actually not pretend that it's not murder. You know what I mean? Like, I'm dead serious. I'd be totally okay with it. I would be totally okay with it. I am totally okay with it, largely because I'm not going to force other people. I'm not going to use my personal view on it as a weapon against other people legislatively. That's just not how I operate. But I'm just saying, I would be fully in support of people who want to do that, so long as they at least acknowledge the reality of the situation. And similar here, like, I can go along with the delusion so long as you're not trying to make it reality. Like, you're not actually changing your gender, so to speak. You're trying to force it into reality by making everybody
a secondary name.
That's something that I don't agree with. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm willing to let you be and have your identity or whatever, but it doesn't change the actual biology of the situation, And what did they say? What did she say? A pig in a wig and a racist. So, like, let me put it this way. I am totally cool personally. This is, views expressed by the host don't reflect everybody else's opinions that have ever been on the podcast. But I'll just say I'm totally cool with people being transgender and respecting their identity and whatnot, but not when it's like the whole like men can have periods, because some biological women, they're actually men because they're trans men. Like, no, like, I'm not. We can let you want to be a man and acknowledge that and respect that without, pretending that nonsense is reality. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's just my take on it. I don't know if you guys have your own thoughts, but whatever. So we have another article here that we're just going to continually push down the lane.
You're not supposed to show it on screen. It's supposed to be a surprise. You fucked that up. Now you have to cover it.
Well, I don't have time now. It's 7:00 my time. So let's talk about Mob Psycho.
All right.
So I will tell you that I enjoyed season 2 much more than season 1, even though I liked season 1. What in the fuck is underneath the skin of my hand right now? Oh, God, something's in my skin. Anyway, I enjoyed season 2 a lot. I think I remember saying in season 1 that I felt like every other episode was good until the second half, and then the series overall just got better. With this one, I feel like there was maybe 1 or 2 episodes that I thought were subpar, but every other one was pretty fantastic. I really liked, the animation just goes absolutely absurd in the part where they're fighting Claw or whatever at the end, where fucking the guy who teleports. That was just so much fun to watch them like utilize all those characters and their different powers fighting together. Like, outstanding, right?
I feel like season 1 might have had actually some better animation if the recap film was anything to go off by.
Yeah, I didn't watch the recap film, so I don't remember the animation from season 1. But I just say, like, I really liked that animation where that part where I don't remember who he's fighting specifically. I think it was the guy who lost his hair in season 1.
Oh, the blonde guy.
Yeah, because he in the beginning of season 2 still has the big tall hair, but then he doesn't have tall hair anymore, right? Like it goes down to like normal hair at a certain point.
I thought it was season 2 that he just had his small hair.
Oh, at the very beginning, he still has tall hair. Like, it's just like it's like the camera cuts to him and another character at one point for something, and it might have been a flashback. I don't even remember. But yeah, he's got small. That part when he's fighting that guy in the building, like the office building, and he's like getting thrown around.
That's at the end of season 1.
And no, at the end of season 2, and he's in the freaking office building, and he's fighting the guy that teleports all over the place, and he starts to get the upper hand on him because he realizes that he's predictable because he can see into the future or whatever. And he's like, where I'm going to attack, and then it becomes predictable where you're going to evade or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And he's fighting that guy, and they have a bit where the guy they just like telekinesis, like all those fucking file cabinets and shit. That was unbelievable with like the amount of animation required to draw like all those things getting thrown across the room and the papers flying out and everything. I had such a good time with that episode. Didn't really care for the final boss guy. What was his power again? He just stole powers, right?
He basically just held the charge button for 30 years.
One, all for one, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Like he could give away powers and stuff.
If I understood it correctly, it was he could like give his power to other people, but then in return he got like their energy back, and it made him even more powerful overall.
Because he was kind of like that guy that at the beginning of the season that was in the girl's body, the pink haired girl.
Yeah.
They hired out. By the way, that's where the Suikoden shirt comes from. He's one of the guys that is the exorcist among to try to get that guy out of her body.
Mm-hmm.
Because that guy, the guy that they were trying to get out, Kenji or whatever his name was, he had a similar power, right? Where he was taking the spiritual energy of all the ghosts.
Yeah.
Right?
He was absorbing it.
Anyway. Thoughts, Dan, Reese?
I thought the show was good. Like I was telling you, like the first season, the first half of the first season was okay. It was pretty good. Second half was amazing. Second season I thought was a little weaker, actually.
Really?
That's where I'm going with it too.
It was the last couple of episodes, like that last arc where they were fighting the Claw. Was basically anytime Claw showed up, it was amazing. Although I will say that was it that 2 or 3? I forgot. Was it 2-parter, 3-parter where they're trying to exorcise that guy from that girl? Yeah. I thought that was like on par with like the Claw stuff. But other than that, everything in between, it was okay. It was funny, I guess. But it really was
Reagan getting Me Too'd.
Reagan that was pretty good.
I'll be real. I honestly thought he had such an easy out that he didn't use.
Yeah, I did too. He should have just hammed it up and been like, these are. I was paid by the organization to do a fake job.
Like why didn't you?
Yeah, he knew it was an actor from the beginning, so why didn't he just kind of?
And he's like, I knew he was an actor, but people came here to see a show, so I was just doing my part. Sorry about that, folks. That was the easiest way out of that situation. I can't believe he didn't say it. And he's like, it goes to Beethoven, right?
Bum, bum, bum.
Dun, dun, dun.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I just, other than like those like I'm not going to say the show was bad. Not at all. It was a very good show. It's just that other than like the Claw stuff and then the exorcism, that one arc, I just like everything in between. It was funny. Some of it was really funny. It was kind of like generic. Like I thought One Punch Man was better.
I was just about to ask you. Actually, I thought that was literally the question. I've been waiting for you to finish talking so I could ask. Did you like One Punch Man more?
Yeah.
Have you seen only season 1 of One Punch Man?
No, I've seen both seasons, and I really don't understand why season 2 gets all the hate.
I thought
season 2 was really great.
It's not that season 2 deserves the hate. It's that season 2 was unsurreptitiously withheld the animation of Studio Bones or whatever.
No.
Madhouse did season 1.
Madhouse, that's what I meant. Studio Madhouse.
Yeah, but Madhouse, the thing is, I want to say they're on a downward spiral because like they don't have all this core staff and whatever that they used to have, so they literally had to like pull all of the resources they could. They had like 3 or 4 directors working on it and all this crap. So that was like an exception.
What show took precedent or whatever, took priority rather over One Punch Man season 2? What was the show that Madhouse did instead?
Overlord ?
That's a
good.
I'm
not going to say Overlord is bad, but from what I understand, it has some pretty ass animation in it.
CG.
Yeah. So like that seems like I guess we'll counteract it with some good studio stuff, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That Madhouse it's an exception. One Punch Man was an exception because they pulled so many resources together to make a great product, whereas their normal show is going to be like whatever quality.
I'll say this to I'm going to back up Dan's statement. I have not watched season 2 of One Punch Man. I was hoping we could do it for the podcast, season 1 and 2 in the future. But I will say this.
Shometsu Toshi After Lost. After Lost is what aired that season from Madhouse.
Huh.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that ever being a thing. So I will say this about One Punch Man. There are a couple episodes of Mob Psycho that devoid...
Oh, no, they also did Ace of Diamond, too.
Again, another one. That diverge from the, like, let's say, more interesting overarching plot, right, in Mob Psycho. That it's like, it's fun and everything, but it's like, get me back to the good stuff, right?
What's the overarching plot again?
Well, like the stuff with Claw and going into a more serious direction is what I'm basically saying.
That feels like a thing that's tacked on at the end, really, rather than an overarching plot.
What I'm trying to say is that One Punch Man has episodes like that as well, but they are more enjoyable. I feel like it's been a while, but I feel like the characters in One Punch Man, the dynamic between Saitama and the other characters, and the fucking gimmick that should have only been funny for like 3 episodes, but remained funny the entire season of killing every villain in a single punch. Like the bit when he hits the mosquito girl, and she just slats across the building.
Yeah, he just like smacked a mosquito basically, and it's just like, that's it.
That remained good the whole season. Right. Whereas I agree with Dan. I think Mob Psycho, like the Body Improvement Club stuff, was really rocky at the beginning. Like I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny at first when it first happened. Because if I remember correctly, they want him in that one club. So he joins the other club to avoid getting in there. And then he fails catastrophically. And I thought that he was going to default back into that club. Right. And then what was funny about it is that he didn't. He remained with the other club. And those other people are just constantly getting cucked by the fact that he's like almost, kind of story-wise getting into that club. And he never ends up really joining them, which I thought was...
But I think that kind of turns the whole genre, the whole trope on its head, though, because, you thought these guys are going to be like assholes or something, that kicking this other club, the worthless club, out. But they had no problem sharing the room.
The Body Improvement Club is so unbelievably positive. They're not like these.
Yeah, they're great.
They were
great
great
group of people.
They were great.
That's one of the best things about like I said, I think that it's rocky at the beginning. In season 2, we fucking loved the Body Improvement guy when Dimple, like, his body to fight the other guy. Oh man, I loved that whole bit. And those characters were just like, they're so stereotypical, like True Grit, shonen protagonist type guys. But God, was it funny to watch, But I agree with Dan. I think that Mob Psycho. So I think that the glue that holds Mob Psycho together isn't Mob. It's Reagan, obviously.
Oh,
right? Reagan and freaking Chris Neosi. I mean, the character is so, like, it seems so easy, but I feel like he's brought so much life to Reagan's personality that wouldn't be there with somebody else, right? That it just blows my mind how well that specific character feels like the show depends on, right? And I think that what's interesting about this is that the main character is supposed to basically be Mob. I mean, you could argue it is Reagan, but you get what I mean? Like, the show was called Mob Psycho 100. And I'm going to have to step out in a minute to hide my daughter because I need to go get stuff I need to get food and everything. But
he
I think
Shireproof, and I'm just looking up Chris Yoshi on my mail list.
I heard, he's worried about child pooping. What?
No,
what?
He's Shireproof, the one of the Chimera ants in Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, okay. So anyway, anyway, yeah, I think that when I watched One Punch Man, I remember enjoying every episode. Some I felt like there's a crescendo to the series, right? Or I don't know, that's probably not the right word, but I feel like there's a build up, and the show just progressively gets more and more fun until the ending of One Punch Man season 1. And I think that Mob Psycho is a lot more of like an up and down kind of roller coaster in that regard, where it builds up and then falls down and then builds up and then falls down and then builds back up. So I do, like, personally, I also don't understand that, not the hate for season 2, but even before season 2 came out, everybody said this is the show that's better than One Punch Man. You know, and they basically like everybody's like, oh, One Punch Man is so great, and then Mob Psycho comes over and they're like, what? It's like the meme of the guy looking
I still think Mob Psycho is better than One Punch Man, because my biggest problem was that everything was so episodic for the first half, and then when it's like, oh, gotta join the organization and stuff, I'm like, okay, here we go, some continuity. But then by the time you get to the end, you're like, well, crap, they only like really half built it up or whatever. It felt like they didn't give you enough time to build into this whole, oh, these are the people of the society or whatever. It was just like...
I still kind of was disappointed that at the end of Mob season 1, they're in that facility that is like exactly the same facility at the end of One Punch Man, that the characters didn't run past each other in the hallways. You know, I mean, it would have completely destroyed the continuity of the whole story, because One Punch Man is literally superhero society, like My Hero Academia. Yeah. And at some point, I really hope that Saitama is just in the background of a shot in My Hero, because that would totally.
I mean, he was on that phone background.
He was Reagan's phone wallpaper in season 1.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I'm sorry, did I say Mob Psycho? I meant to say My Hero for that one. I want to see him as a background character in My Hero Academia at some point in the future. Okay.
Yeah,
I think that would be really funny, because it seems like the stories could take place in the same universe, you know?
Yeah.
That's well, I don't know. I kind of
they don't have any rankings in My Hero Academia.
Yeah, it's also two very separate.
Right, he's in a different prefect.
I mean, like the letter rankings.
Yeah, let me address it.
We're in areas that.
I gotta take my daughter driving and get her to sleep and everything. So, Old Man said, I meant it was predictable. The not predictable is a type. Okay, regarding Beaufort. Not terrible, but not pretty predictable. He meant to say not terrible, but pretty predictable. Save the world from Kyoto campaign, subvert your expectations. Kyoto went to the dark side. Is he Japan's Harvey Weinstein versus referring to that guy? Next guy. These. You cannot have free speech if you cannot offend, right? To speak anything of importance, somebody is going to be offended. Absolutely. 1,000 pounds, yep. Jordan Peterson said that even between the smallest number of people, one of them can be offended. Even a husband and wife have to risk offending their partner in a debate/argument. Absolutely. Because people don't want to be told that they're wrong, right? Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to dip out. Reese, you have connection control, right? So you can...
I think we're pretty much done, unless you guys, the other two, will have anything.
Say anything.
Yeah, if you haven't talk. So if I leave, can you handle it for me?
All right.
I got to go, too, myself, actually.
All right, me and Reese will discuss it.
Okay. And thank you for joining us today. And thank you for being there for my disastrous, awful start.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Appreciate it. Anyway, next podcast, we're going to do Tokyo Godfathers. Just a heads up.
Yep.
By the way, my download of Vexil is done, and I'm syncing it so I can send it to you, Reese, so you can end yours.
I'm at 81%.
You said it was stuck at 50% or something.
Well, it's at 81 now, but it's dead. But it's dead now.
Well, if you need it, I'll have it for you. Except mine is Japanese only. I found out.
Oh, that's why I'm getting the dual audio one.
I thought I was. I guess I'm not. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see ya.
All right. So Mob Psycho 2, I actually thought it wasn't as good as season 1, but I still liked it, as Dan was saying. But the way that I see it is that so in the end of season 1, he goes to over 100%. He goes to infinite percent, So the problem with that, like, I guess regarding power creep is like you can only go to infinite percent and it'll be exciting, you know, only once basically.
Yeah.
So by the time we got to it the second time in season 2 at the climax, I'm like, okay, I guess. Like it wasn't all that interesting. And the thing is, they didn't really build up the villain to be anyone that you really cared about or hated. And his whole task force, it's just like any time that there was some sort of like a battle, whatever thing that conflict that came in, like from Claw, ironically, I thought was, or hold on, am I mixing something up with another anime I watched recently? The thing, all I know is that near the end, when everything was like all focused on facing the organization and then defeating the bad guy, that's when I thought things were not as interesting. I like this mundane, what is it? The mundane, case by case, scammy, semi-scammy.
Yeah, scammy stuff. Reagan being hilarious and awesome at the same time.
I could go for an entire
the thing with the thing I gotta reveal. I'm only halfway through episode 2. I've seen the series, but my rewatch has been so fucked this last week. I'm only halfway through episode 2. But the thing with the dog in episode 2, you know, Reagan, you know, oh yeah, it's just of course it's just a dog with scribbles on its face, and he shows up with that bag of dog shampoo and dog treats. I was like, Reagan is such a good character, you know, like just having those. I mean, just having small moments of that, of like just it's not something paranormal. It's just Reagan being street smart and fun and lovable,
and applying it to a scamminess. That's just like I could watch.
That would be a series. Absolutely, that would be a series I would watch every day for the rest of my life.
The thing is, like, when they insert this,
a spinoff.
Yeah,
I don't know, not a show maybe, but I think there's like a manga spinoff or something like that.
Well, there's a 1-volume spinoff. I think that Dark Horse actually released it too here recently.
Yeah, well, yeah, the thing is, when they get in all this serious action stuff, like this over-the-top, world's gonna end type deal, I'm less interested. I'm just like, okay, it's flashy and stuff, but I don't know, it's not all that entertaining compared to, you know, the comedy, I guess you could say, from the mundane situations.
Yeah, I can see. I can see that. I can see your point there. I don't know. It felt like the mundane stuff. And I'm not saying the mundane stuff wasn't entertaining. It's just that it felt like it wasn't going anywhere. It was only when the threats actually showed up that, okay, now it looks like the show's going somewhere. That's how
I kind of agree with you. The thing I didn't like about season 2 compared to season 1 is that what you're saying, it didn't feel as if it was going to go anywhere, because it had, like, I'd say about 3 or 4 plot threads that it tied down, but they didn't go anywhere with it. They just like moved on to the next thing and they abandoned it. Like, what was it? At the very beginning, they had this girl, whatever. She was like, yeah, I'll be your girlfriend or whatever. Yeah. Or the fake, will you be my boyfriend type deal. And then it's like, after that resolution, while she obviously didn't like him or anything, she found a respect for him, and that didn't come back.
She said, oh yeah, Mom is so awesome. I was like,
yeah, but it didn't like come back later of her doing like a favor for Mob or something like that. You know, it just kind of ended like that. And then what was the next one? There was a photography news girl who's like, yeah, I just made a cult for Mob. And I'm like, dude, this is going to be so awesome. And then they just were like, yeah, they never saw him at the finish line. Then that was it. And I'm like, that's so underwhelming. Yeah. Do something with that cult. That sounds amazing.
I mean, well, I think that's part of the whole thing is like she's trying to get him to like take over the cult because it's certainly based around him. And I think the joke is that it just, despite all her,
he's not ready for it.
Yeah, all her schemes and whatnot. It just, the opportunities always missed. I think it's like a running joke.
RHYS has brought up how season 2 has covered almost all of the manga last time. And so the thing is, if you're almost done the show, you'd think that would have to come to fruition if they're going to do anything with it within the season. Now, another plot point is like this lingering thing about, oh, I love Tsubomi.
Yeah. And
it's like he was like, if I win the race or whatever in the top 10, then I'll tell her I love her. And then it was like, they showed some hints of like, oh, Tsubomi likes someone, and she's like, oh, I actually made it up. He's not like that. It's like, okay, you're giving all this like information, but you're not like, what is it? You're not giving closure to that or the other two events that I talked about. It's like, okay, like that's what I mean by it felt like a lack of progression. It's like one step forward, not necessarily 2 steps back, just one more step back, and it's like, oh, okay. Whereas season 1 was, it felt better in that way because it's like, oh, there's this blonde, hot-headed whatever guy who's trying to like. Actually, there was like a number of people that were like, I want to say delinquents against him, and then he had to end up fighting them. Like there felt like a purpose behind the fight, so he fought Blondie. Then he gained respect for him. He, what's the next one? There was his brother that had this whole thing going on. I thought that was pretty good.
It was more like payoff in the first season for sure.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what season 2 is lacking for me, and overall, basically the main factor that I didn't like it as much. But don't get me wrong, I still liked both seasons a lot.
I guess they do have 4 volumes that they still haven't covered.
Yeah, exactly.
They covered exactly to volume 12, I guess.
And that's the reason that's also the reason I like Mob Psycho more than One Punch Man, is because it felt like there was more reward for everything that they do, rather than it being, oh, Saitama's invincible, there's no tension. It's like, cool. Well, the thing is, Saitama or One Punch Man, I liked those OVAs that you got on the Blu-ray better than the whole show, because it was kind of like Mob. It's like all these mundane whatever things, but you just have the catch of one punch, because he was literally
more
in a
slice of life.
Where his one punch didn't pay to win him. He wasn't able to just get a jail free card. He was like that sensei guy was trying to teach him how to do a stupid thing. And I don't know, man. I just thought that was better than the show almost, because it was just this everyday goofy whatever thing with the catch of the one punch.
Yeah. I guess what I liked about One Punch Man is just how much effort the show kept going to, the story kept going to like only have Saitama show up like at the last minute. Like I don't have you guys have seen season 2?
I've seen season 1.
I don't know if. God, this is really fun part in season 2, but I guess I won't talk about it.
The thing is, Brad was saying how it never got old. I'm not going to say that it necessarily got stale and old, but it just wasn't as funny. The recurring times that it came up, the whole defeating one punch thing. Because the thing is, in your mind, the whole time you're thinking, okay, he's going to be able to one punch his way out of this. That's why I like using these unique ideas of, well, we'll use that as a twist on something that's got this really stupid, mundane energy going for it, rather than end of the world. Oh, one punch.
I guess I just thought it was okay. Like in the first season, when he's getting beat up by the scientist who created like those mutants, and that he had his super powerful one who was just like beating the crap out of him, and then you like finally see into his mind. He's like completely oblivious to what's going on. And then what was it? He found out one of his favorite stores or restaurants got destroyed, and that's when he finally punched the guy and killed him in one hit.
Yeah.
And it was like the whole time, it's like everyone's all worried about it. It's either you've seen from the perspective of the monster or from what's his sidekick? No,
Genos?
Genos, yeah. And he's all worried about him. The other guy's thinking he's like the hot shit and beating up on this dude, and it's like really dramatic. And then you finally cut to Saitama's thoughts, and he's kind of like, huh? What's this? What's going on here? What am I gonna have for dinner tonight? And he's like not even feeling the guy's attacks.
I do really like that one moment where Genos was like literally basically falling apart and essentially dying. He put everything he could, and then Saitama just comes in and
I don't know. because a lot of One Punch Man didn't actually focus on Saitama. I mean, a lot of it did, but like a lot of the action and whatnot, it was other characters, and it's just like out of nowhere. And it's just everyone's surprised by it, except for like the people that know who he is, which is only like Genos. I don't know. It's just for whatever reason, it never got old. Like Brad was saying, it never really got old. I always thought it was really funny when it's like he just kind of shows up, does this thing, and then something always happens to keep him from showing up, like at the beginning, and something always happens that he never gets the credit. I don't know. I guess it could get stale, but I always thought it was.
The pure organization is when things started. Like it had that continuity, so I was able to like keep along with it and invest. But because you only basically get 6 episodes of that, it wasn't quite enough.
I don't know. Maybe they'll make more. I mean, I think, and maybe Mob Psycho might, a lot of that stuff that they introduced in the 2nd season might get wrapped up in the 3rd if they ever make a 3rd. Because you said there's still a few more volumes left, right?
Yeah, I think a movie or 2 might work.
that would work too. But anyhow, yeah, like I said, I don't mean to like say like I didn't like Mob Psycho or those areas I thought were weak, that I thought they weren't bad or anything like that. The whole show was really good. It was really good. Yeah. There was parts of it I liked and parts of it I was kind of about.
All right. I guess we're pretty much wrapped up here.
Yeah.
So next week we are watching Tokyo Godfathers.
Yes, for Christmas. So, and then after that, I think we're tentatively going to do Vexil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question though. I know the big man's not here, but I have a proposal because I was about to start my list of anime that we're probably not going to get to on the podcast. And when I mentioned the list briefly, Brad was like, "Oh, I want to watch Full Metal Panic. I want to force my wife to watch that or whatever." I have a question. What if we did a thing where we had 4 or 5 podcasts in a row without a watch club discussion, and then we just whenever we all finish FMP, we just we have a discussion?
Yeah, I think we got into this because it would kind of take the naming scheme out of things.
Well,
it'd be kind of hard to name each podcast.
Well, as we're watching it, we'll think of really stupid quotes from the show. I don't know. What even was this podcast title?
Poor Lonely Whitey. It was episode 8.
Lonely Whitey.
I'm
sure we'll find something with a Full Metal Panic. Literally episode 1, he's like, "These condoms saved my life," or whatever.
How long would that be? 5 podcasts? Be
25 episodes for season 1, 12 for Fumofu, 12 for Second Raid, and 12 for Invisible Victory or whatever. So 5. 6. Wait, what? Oh yeah. Wait, what?
I thought season 1 and season 2 are both 24 episodes.
No.
Right? Yeah.
Season 1 is 24. Season 2 is just 12.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes, or Second Raid, if you want to call it. And Fumofu is 12.
Okay.
So 5.
Yeah. That's right.
But like I said, we can literally, rather than being oh, we'll wait exactly 5 weeks, we just aim for 5 weeks, and we just do it whenever we all finish.
Or we could just do it how we normally do it, or just piece it all out and do season 1, and then.
I mean, if you guys are up for 5 podcasts or whatever.
I mean, I don't think it's off the table. I mean, we were planning on doing freaking Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which is 10 podcasts.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be watching it whether or not we do it as a podcast this year. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Right, might as well.
So, segue kind of on topic, off topic. FDMs has your Violet Evergarden. Dan, did you have any confirmation of yours being shipped yet?
No. My Violet Evergarden I haven't heard anything, so maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. Like I said, even if I don't, worst comes to worst, I just pay like 3 times the price on eBay.
Yeah. I mean, there's still the standard edition, but it's. I mean, yeah.
I'm hoping it comes through. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that you're like Brad and refuse to, like, I don't know, stream it or whatever, despite him downloading the things he owns.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But the ones he downloads is the Blu-ray rips instead of like just watching the broadcast version on Netflix.
Oh yeah.
Well, the sentiment I'm getting at is he needs to own it, but he doesn't use the physical disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Anyway,
I'm not quite sure how he operates, to be
I
honest.
think it's about time we gotta wrap this up. I think we're just stalling and not getting anywhere.
we're missing Daddy. I mean, what?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, anyway, next podcast will be on Monday, the 28th, I think, unless something fucked up happens. We'll be covering because we almost didn't have it this week.
Yeah.
So, covering Tokyo Godfathers. I'll be watching the dub. I think FDDNM, you said you're going to be watching the dub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably watch the dub.
Do you have it?
No, but I'm not. I can find it.
You are tech savvy enough to find it.
Yeah, I can find it.
Okay. Alrighty. So
Maybe I'll buy it later if I like it.
Alrighty. So that'll be it. We'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah.